pays africains. Madame la vice-première ministre, recevez tous nos remerciements. Au nom de l'ADEA, au nom de tout le monde. L'ADEA avait d'abord, avant la triennale, ce qu'on appelait la biennale. L'île Maurice avait organisé la biennale, c'était en 2003. Et depuis 2012, nous avons introduit, en tant qu'ADEA, je dis nous avons parce que j'étais à l'époque ministre dans mon pays, il y a eu la triennale. Donc, si vous comptez bien, ça fait 19 ans. Après 19 ans qu'on se retrouve encore à l'île Maurice. Et c'est aussi une gloire et un remerciement pour le pays qui nous héberge aujourd'hui. Nous sommes en train de lancer la 3e triennale aujourd'hui, après celle qui a eu lieu à Ouagadougou en 2012, à Dakar en 2017 et aujourd'hui 2022 ici à l'île Maurice. Ce qui est intéressant, c'est que j'ai vu dans la salle, incluant les membres du ministère de l'Éducation de l'île Maurice, qui étaient à la triennale de 2012. Ils sont encore ici. Et je les remercie beaucoup du soutien qu'ils continuent à apporter en tant que membres de la famille de l'éducation. Permettez-moi donc de vous exprimer encore une fois, chers participants de tous bords, notre joie de vous retrouver encore ici. La raison d'être ici, c'est parce que vous croyez encore, malgré les difficultés que nous sommes en train de traverser dans l'éducation, vous croyez encore des opportunités qui peuvent changer la donne que nous avons aujourd'hui. Et cela ne peut se faire que grâce au partenariat. Nous sommes ici parce que nous croyons au partenariat. Le partenariat entre pays et organisations, le partenariat entre les organisations de développement qui sont beaucoup ici, je vais les citer en certains moments, et surtout, cette capacité de mutualiser entre les pays. Nous sommes en train de parler de s'investir dans un projet immense de création d'un marché unique africain. Et cela, bien sûr, ne peut se réaliser que grâce à la coopération, en commençant par l'éducation. Parce que ce que nous sommes en train de dire, c'est que demain, un jeune de Malawi qui termine les études et qui veut travailler, il faut lui permettre d'aller travailler en Côte d'Ivoire. Il y a des opportunités. Nous voulons qu'une jeune Tunisienne puisse se déplacer en Afrique sans avoir de barrière parce que son curriculum, son programme qu'il a suivi d'éducation n'est pas reconnu. Nous voulons à ce que l'éducation en Afrique soit le moteur de coopération et d'échange entre les pays. Voici une bonne raison d'organiser une réunion aujourd'hui, telle que la triennale. La triennale de cette année, comme mes prédécesseurs l'ont dit, nous a pour objectif et surtout pour but d'essayer de réfléchir sur tout ce que nous avons connu pendant la période de la COVID-19. Nous avions déjà des problèmes avant la COVID-19. Et au moment de la COVID-19, ces problèmes se sont encore accélérés. Il nous a été très difficile de même continuer à offrir l'éducation telle que nous le faisions. Mais ce que je pense que nous avons appris, d'abord que c'est possible de fermer les écoles, chose qui n'avait jamais existé auparavant, du moins pour notre génération. Ça veut dire que demain, nous allons nous retrouver dans une situation où on doit fermer l'école. Et ça a permis aux gens de réfléchir autrement. Comment garantir la poursuite de l'enseignement dans des moments de crise? Et ce que nous avons mis en avant pour cette triennale, c'est de réfléchir maintenant comment créer des systèmes d'éducation résilients, afin que si on se retrouve encore une fois dans une crise, il n'y ait plus d'excuses, qu'on puisse continuer l'éducation, parce qu'on croit beaucoup que l'éducation ne peut s'arrêter en aucun moment. Arrêter l'éducation, c'est comme arrêter la vie. Donc c'est ça, pour moi, le message important que nous allons mettre en avant. À ce stade, je vais d'abord reconnaître les ministres qui sont ici. Donc je vais commencer par la ministre de la Gambie, Madame Claudiana Ayo Kole. Merci beaucoup, Madame la ministre, d'être venu à cette réunion. Vous pouvez l'applaudir. Elle est en charge de l'enseignement de base et c'est quelqu'un qui a beaucoup contribué, qui continue à contribuer à ce que nous puissions mutualiser nos efforts. Je vais poursuivre par le ministre de la Mauritanie, M. Mamadou Niang. Il est ministre de l'Emploi et de la Formation professionnelle. Monsieur le ministre. Je vais ensuite parler de la ministre de la Côte d'Ivoire, Mme Mariatou Koné. Mariatou n'est pas encore là? Elle est ici, je ne sais pas, peut-être qu'elle n'est pas encore venue, mais elle est ici. Ensuite, bien sûr, nous avons déjà parlé de la ministre de l'Ouganda en responsable des sciences, technologies et innovations, Madame Dr Monica Musenero. Merci beaucoup d'être ici. Il y a une deuxième ministre de l'Ouganda, Madame Joyce Moriku Kadou. Merci, Madame la ministre, d'être ici. Nous avons la ministre du Malawi, Madame Agnes Makonda Ridley. Merci beaucoup d'être venue. Nous avons la ministre du Madagascar, Madame Vavitsara Gabriela. Elle est aussi ministre de l'enseignement technique et de la formation professionnelle. Merci beaucoup d'être là. Nous avons le ministre du Ghana et ministre adjoint, Monsieur Fojo John Tim. Merci, Monsieur le ministre, d'être là. Thank you. Nous avons la ministre du Rwanda, Dr Valentine Ouamaria. Merci, Madame la ministre, d'être présente. Nous espérons que le ministre adjoint du Zimbabwe, qui a eu des difficultés de vol, mais il arrive cet après-midi. Donc, on peut applaudir M. Moyo. Il a fait beaucoup d'efforts pour être présent. Nous avons bien sûr des délégations, comme on l'a dit, des délégations ministérielles, des ministres qui n'ont pas pu venir. Nous avons une délégation de l'Afrique du Sud qui est là. Nous avons une délégation de la Côte d'Ivoire pour le ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur et la Recherche scientifique qui sont là, je les vois bien. Merci d'être là. Nous avons d'autres délégations qui sont représentées ici, différents gouvernements, comme le Kenya, par exemple. Il y a une grande délégation kenyane. Bonjour, monsieur et madame représentant le ministère de l'Éducation du Kenya. Donc, nous avons pas mal de délégations ici. Je voulais tous les remercier d'être présents ici. Je vais citer un certain nombre de représentants des organisations internationales. S'il y a un oubli, je vous prie de m'en excuser. Je vais bien sûr commencer par l'UNESCO. La directrice adjointe, générale adjointe en charge de l'éducation n'a pas pu venir, mais il a envoyé son directeur, M. Boren. M. Boren, merci beaucoup d'être là. Nous avons la représentante du Forum mondial pour l'éducation, Mme Margarita, qui est là actuellement l'adjointe au président du Forum. Est-ce que Margarita est là? Oh, elle est très, très loin. Elle est très, très loin. Merci d'être là. Nous avons Mme Titia Brede, qui est la directrice générale de NOFIC. Merci d'être venue. J'ai été impressionné par votre français hier soir. Elle vient de la Hollande. Nous avons le docteur Obi. Obi était là, est là. Obi, il est le responsable de Human Capital Africa. Nous avons le professeur Wisdom Tete, qui est le député vice-chancellor de l'Université de Toronto. Est-ce que Tete est ici? Donc, il est déjà dans le groupe. Nous avons Madame Martha Firi, qui est de la Banque africaine de développement et sa délégation. Ils sont aussi ici. Nous avons le docteur Benjamin Paipa, qui est le directeur du Global Education à la fondation Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Alors, nous avons des délégations aussi qui viennent de l'Union européenne, du gouvernement allemand, l'organisation GIZ. Nous avons pas mal d'autres délégations. Je m'excuse si je ne suis pas en mesure de pouvoir tous les citer. Alors, je reviens sur quelque chose d'important avant de clôturer mon discours de bienvenue. la plupart d'entre nous étaient à New York pour le sommet mondial sur la transformation de l'éducation. Et je me rappelle, on a eu des sessions et lors de mon intervention, je les ai dit que ma préoccupation était la suivante, et que chaque fois qu'on se rencontre dans ces sommets importants, on fait des déclarations. Les sommets, c'est faire des déclarations, des grandes déclarations. Et le problème, c'est toujours, on fait des déclarations et 5 ans, on se retrouve pour faire encore des déclarations. Donc, ce que je disais comme préoccupation, c'est de dire, est-ce qu'il est possible de transformer ces déclarations en action? Et donc, si vous analysez bien le programme que nous avons pendant les 2 jours, l'importance que nous voulons mettre en avant, c'est comment traduire ces déclarations en action, ensemble. Qu'est-ce que nous pouvons faire ensemble pour améliorer l'éducation et la formation en Afrique? Nous avons 4 thèmes importants sur lesquels nous allons discuter. Il y a d'abord l'impact de la COVID-19, c'est normal, on ne peut pas laisser les choses comme ça, on va discuter de la COVID-19. Comment avons-nous travaillé pendant cette période de COVID pour en sortir et continuer l'éducation? Qu'est-ce que nous avons appris de la COVID? Qu'est-ce que nous devons faire différemment si jamais on se retrouvait dans cette crise? Deuxièmement, c'est l'enseignement fondamental. Vous avez tous vu les statistiques. Elles ne sont pas du tout bonnes. Ce que nous prévoyons avoir terminé dans 2030, nous sommes très en arrière. Il y a des raisons pour ça. Mais ce que je disais aussi dans ces réunions, chaque fois, on met toujours en avant le manque de ressources financières. Les ressources financières sont une chose. Mais avant d'en parler, qu'est-ce que nous prévoyons faire? Je me rappelle, quand j'étais au gouvernement, le président aimait nous dire, chaque fois que vous mettez en avant d'abord les ressources financières, c'est que vous êtes en train de trouver des excuses. Avant de parler des ressources financières, il faut d'abord savoir qu'est-ce que vous voulez faire. Et les ressources viennent après. Donc, l'enseignement fondamental est capital et nous devons tout faire pour essayer d'améliorer la façon de travailler et surtout de travailler ensemble. Quelqu'un vient de me rappeler que j'ai oublié, évidemment, je savais que j'allais oublier quelqu'un, un partenaire très important, le directeur de la Banque islamique de développement, Monsieur Idrissa, mes excuses, Mathieu. Mes excuses. Donc, l'enseignement fondamental, c'est une autre discussion qui va se faire. Et j'étais très content de constater hier, pendant les discussions, que la plupart des sessions concernaient justement le travail qui est en train d'être fait, les recherches qui ont été faites, les innovations qui ont été faites. La question, c'est toujours comment traduire ces innovations en action pour qu'ils nous aident à améliorer l'offre de l'enseignement fondamental. L'autre point qu'on va discuter, c'est justement l'enseignement technique et la formation professionnelle. Comment faire en sorte que ce que nous enseignons puisse répondre aux besoins du marché? Dans un monde qui est dynamique, où la technologie est en train de prendre de l'importance, où les problèmes climatiques sont en train de jouer un rôle important et influencer l'économie, dans cette crise multidimensionnelle, comment garantir que nous offrons des formations de qualité et qui répondent aux besoins du marché? Et surtout pour nos jeunes. Parce que comme quelqu'un disait, si on n'arrive pas à former ces jeunes pour qu'ils trouvent de l'emploi, ils vont revenir sur nous. Donc, ça, c'est aussi un point important qui va être discuté. Et enfin, c'est l'enseignement supérieur et la recherche scientifique. Comment garantir que l'enseignement supérieur réponde aux besoins du continent? Comment réimaginer l'enseignement supérieur en Afrique pour qu'il soit le moteur du développement? Donc, ce sont les 4 points importants qui vont être discutés pendant les 2 jours qui suivent. Bien sûr, il y a des sujets transversaux, comme toujours, qui touchent à chacun de ces points. Il y a la question de données fiables. Nous savons qu'on ne peut rien faire si on n'a pas de données fiables. Il y a le problème d'accès et d'équité. Et on l'a bien vu dans les recherches qui ont été faites, le nombre de jeunes filles qui n'ont pas pu continuer l'école pendant cette période de COVID. Et d'autres problèmes, les problèmes de personnes handicapées. Donc, comment faire à ce qu'on les intègre dans notre éducation? Et enfin, il y a la question de la technologie. nous avons vu combien la technologie a été importante pendant cette période de Covid. Comment faire pour que ça soit systématique? Il ne faudra pas attendre encore une crise pour penser à la technologie. Comment intégrer la technologie d'une manière efficiente pour pouvoir travailler et améliorer nos systèmes éducatifs? Voilà en bref les sujets qui vont être abordés. Je reconnais la ministre de la Côte d'Ivoire, Mme Mariatou Koné. Merci d'être venue, madame. Donc, pour terminer, je voulais vous encourager, parce que nous sommes ici pour discuter, pour apporter des solutions. Les problèmes, nous les connaissons tous. On ne va pas s'attarder aux problèmes. Nous sommes ici pour échanger, pour apporter des solutions. Nous sommes ici pour voir dans quelle mesure nous pouvons créer plus de partenariats entre nous, pour compléter les uns les autres. Donc, je vous encourage à participer, à contribuer, à créer des opportunités pour le partenariat. Donc, pour terminer, j'aimerais vous remercier encore une fois, d'abord la vice-première ministre, pour tout l'effort qu'elle a fait pour accueillir cette réunion, et son équipe incroyable. J'ai oublié de parler ils appellent ça la clusters, members of the clusters. Ils ont fait un travail formidable, et permettez-moi de vous remercier beaucoup pour le travail qui a été fait. Et enfin, je vous remercie tous. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. Albert Sengiyumba, Executive Secretary, for your passion in making this triennial a reality and a success. Ladies and gentlemen, education starts with youth. They are the leaders of tomorrow. To remind us of this, we have with us today members of a local group founded in 1982 as a support group for vulnerable children. This organization has, over time, transformed to provide opportunities for children to express themselves through free speech, storytelling, play, music, and various other creative ways. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage members of the local group ADEA.
So we are very happy to be with you. Welcome, dear delegates, welcome. We are talking today about COVID. And one of the important tools that we had during the pandemic was our mother tongue, the Mauritian Creole language, which helped us to be resilient, which helped us to communicate effectively. And I'd like to share something with you. In Mauritius, when we greet people, we say, bonjour, qui manière? Will you try it? Oh, perfect. And then the response is correct. Right, okay, I'll do it again. Bonjour, qui manière? Ah, fantastic. Now you respond correct. Bonjour, qui manière? Super. Now we can start with some good music.
So it's our great pleasure. It's an honor for us to have been invited, and we wish to extend a really heartfelt thanks to the Ministry of Education of Mauritius, which has deemed it interesting enough to invite us. And the first item that we are going to interpret today has to do with, indeed, the COVID. Because COVID has played us really dirty trick, but then we had to show resilience, and we did do that. And mothers of children in our organization, when we met, they started to talk about it, and they expressed themselves in so wonderful words that the musicality of it allowed us to create and recreate many things. So one of those songs would go by everywhere we go. They'll just check our temperature. What is it all about? So we did have to handle that situation, and culture allowed us to do that perfectly well.
I think we can upload that. So, where do we have programs of water in Africa or from you delegates? Did you tell me? Uruguay? Everywhere? Uruguay, Yeah, over there? Mauritania, okay. It's going to be a long song, but we'll try to keep it short, right?
Yeah.
We'll go then,
Yeah.
Mauritanie, Côte d'Ivoire, Brazil, Madagascar. All right? Paninaiba?
We just need to check something with the bass, which is not on, I think. Please.
Live and direct, ladies and gentlemen. That's not. Yeah, you can clap with us.
Hello. Go for the world.
Pani neighbor, Jagan Megan, Pani Belly, Pani neighbor.
अरे वाह 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 Maybe this one. Can we all stand up, please? Can we all stand up and do some dancing? Can we all stand up? Thank you. And it goes like that. Mela mela oh, hands up. Mela mela oh, mela mela 1, 2, 3. Again. Join us for dancing.
Bovini.
Cina, Raksha, 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 fun big sega, mama, Raksha, Raksha, fun big sega. 1, 2, 3, pour les matins, 4, 5, 6, mathématiques, 7, 8, 9, dans mon panier, 9, 9, 9, week-end, mette la méla, mette la méla, mette la méla, mette la méla, américain, considéré, américain,
Can we get the
Gina
name
e
of
Simone, oggi pensano, io voglio cambiare, Valentin, 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 good big sega, mama, Valentin, 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 good big sega, 1, 2, 3, les matins, 4, 5, 6, mathématiques, 7, 8, 9, dans mon panier, 9,
Are we ready?
9, 9,
Put your hands up.
mette la méla, mette la méla, Prospère, prospère, prospère comme Big Sega, mama, prospère, prospère, prospère comme Big Sega. 1, 2, 3, les moments, 4, 5, 6, mathématiques, 7, 8, 9, dans mon panier, 9, 9, 9. Mette la méla, mette la méla, mette la méla, mette la méla, américain, cassolera, américain, cassolera.
Now, do
Cina e Timoni che ci punno ci tornano Io pio buscari all'Andrea che ci pensa Andrea, Andrea, Andrea col big sega mamma Andrea, Andrea, Andrea col big sega 1, 2, 3, les matins 4, 5, 6, mathématiques 7, 8, 9, dans mon panier 9, 9, 9 Mette la méla, mette la méla, mette la méla, mette la méla, américain cassera, américain cassera.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. On va vous faire maintenant un morceau de ravan, a drumming song, so that you can continue on the conference. We wish you many nice working sessions and many a good future for ADEA. Thank you very much for having us.
Merci pour cette merveilleuse performance qui a fait battre nos cœurs et bouger nos pieds pour nous rappeler que nous sommes à Maurice. Mesdames et messieurs, cette triennale est le résultat du soutien de partenaires mondiaux. À cet effet, nous aimerions vous présenter les 2 premiers messages de solidarité de nos partenaires. Le premier est celui du président de la division de la croissance et des opportunités mondiales de la Fondation Bill et Melinda Gates, M. Rogers Voorhees. La deuxième vidéo sera celui de Mme Jutta Urpilainen, commissaire aux partenariats internationaux de l'Union européenne.
Sous vos applaudissements, s'il vous plaît.
The Right Honorable Prime Minister of Mauritius, the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers from African countries, distinguished representatives and participants, thank you for inviting me to take part in this important event. At the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we are guided by the belief that everyone deserves to live a healthy and productive life. For many years now, our work has thus been focused on vital, sustainable development goals like improving global health, ending hunger and malnutrition, and achieving gender equality. We have recently expanded our work in global education because we know that if the world does not ensure the education of its children, in particular, the foundational skills of reading and math, we will not be able to break intergenerational cycles of poverty and inequality. I have 2 daughters, both of whom did their primary school in Kitwe and Lilongwe. When they first started to read, I was thrilled to see a whole new world opening up to them, new stories and ideas, and greater understanding of themselves and the world. As a parent and as a development professional, it is devastating to know that as a result of the pandemic, a whole generation of children is still waiting to have these doors open to them. COVID has set us all back. In addition to the overwhelming loss of life and livelihood, it has also been the worst education crisis in history. The recent reading panel report in South Africa showed that an average 10-year-old in 2021 knows less than the average 9-year-old did in 2019. And 90% of children in sub-Saharan Africa are not able to read a simple passage with understanding by the age of 10. The Born to Learn Spotlight Report, launched today by UNESCO, the African Union, and ADEA, calls for us all to focus our efforts to address this crisis by prioritizing the basic skills of reading and math in primary school. The good news is that we know how to teach reading and math. Research from this continent shows that children learn best when taught with a structured approach that leverages phonics and is targeted at their level. We also know from successful programs like Tusome in Kenya that progress at scale is possible when teachers are supported to use these best practices. We also know that we must measure what matters, including the specific sub-skills that ensure children are reading with understanding. It's encouraging that partners like the UNESCO Institute for Statistics are now offering new methodologies to support improved national assessment systems measuring these essential skills. I'm also inspired to see that some countries are already taking up this challenge and committing to action. President Bio of Sierra Leone led the way at the Transforming Education Summit last month in New York, and President Ramaphosa of South Africa has committed that by 2030, all children must be able to read with meaning by age 10. Several countries have also been instrumental in the preparation of the foundational literacy and numeracy track for this conference. And civil society organizations like Human Capital Africa and the PAL Network are championing efforts to put foundational learning on the agenda at the global and national levels. This triennial is an important opportunity to come together to share learnings on evidence-based solutions, to take action to scale these efforts, and to reinforce our collective commitments to improving reading and math outcomes for all children in Africa. Thank you, and I wish you fruitful discussions in the days ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, as a former teacher, I passionately support the right for every child and young person to a quality education. Today, far too many young people are missing out, especially after the pandemic and especially in Africa. 1 month ago, I met many of you at the Transforming Education Summit in New York. We co-organized an important special event on education in Africa. The EU fully supports the Declaration on Transforming Education in Africa and the commitments made by the AU member states. At the EU-AU summit in February, leaders from both continents agreed that education is one of the pillars of our renewed partnership in the context of our Global Gateway strategy. Since then, we have been strengthening our collaboration. We have significantly increased our funding to education globally. We are developing a 100 million euro regional teacher training program. It incorporates the latest digital and green innovations in teaching. I intend to launch the initiative in Africa in January. We are investing 500 million euros in vocational education and skills development. We are contributing 970 million euros to support transformative higher education and mobility opportunities. And we are fostering inclusive learning opportunities for young people in Africa and between Africa and Europe. We are working to engage more girls and other marginalized groups. So we invest more, we invest better, and leave no one behind. Dear friends, Africa has incredible potential to lead the global transition towards a more sustainable, green, and digital connected future. But this can only happen if young Africans are given a chance to acquire the right skills.
Ladies and gentlemen, we had such a beautiful song and dance this morning. Can I request you for a bigger round of applause to recognize the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the European Union supports to education course. Thank you. The next speaker, their participant, is Ms. Titia Brede, the CEO of NUFIC. NUFIC is a Dutch foundation for internationalization in education. In its partnership with the government of the Netherlands, it promotes students' acquisition of skills and international competencies, whether in Netherlands or abroad. NUFIC is a bridge connecting students across borders to prepare them for the labor market of the future. Let's welcome on stage Ms. Titia Brede.
Your Excellencies, honored guests, esteemed colleagues, allow me to start by expressing my heartfelt appreciation for extending the honor and the invitation to join you here at the ADEA Triennale. I really want to thank you and also I feel very honored to be here. And a special thank you for the organizing committees, the African Development Bank, the government of Mauritius, and my fellow representatives. It is only through combined efforts that all of you gathered here today are able to share and to make a knowledge collaboration. And we need that for the future generations who have been here this morning and who are out there in their schools, in the fields, wanting education. This is a call to action. I agree totally with ADEA. We have to start today. At NAFIC, as said by the professor, we believe that education is for everyone. Everyone who is born has a right to get education and to be the person he or she wants to be. And it is a role in the future society that he or she has to play. And none of this is possible without learning. At the most basic level, regardless of the method of learning, formal or informal, it starts with the transfer of knowledge from one person to the other. The challenges we face together are enormous. It's been the topic of this morning all day and all the days before. The Sustainable Development Goals loom on the horizon. And all of us here know that social and environmental and economic challenges cannot be solved in isolation. We need each other. So why not face the challenges together? I envision this. The first level is between countries, regions, and continents. Triangular cooperation is rooted in innovation and collaboration, and always geared towards addressing issues by sharing experiences, knowledges, and networks. That's why I'm so glad that this ADEA Triennale is being organized. It means that knowing each other and knowing also the family stories and what our children are doing is a bridge for the future. The second level is between civil society, the private sector, and public policy efforts. Aligning education with labor markets, needs, and social developments is crucial when working towards stable society and a prosperous economy. Systemic change can simply not be realized without a systems approach. I'm very glad that all the ministers have shown their respect and came here, because it is together that we can serve the world and give a future generation the education they need. And the third and final level, therefore, is us. The world needs us. We have had the challenge to stand here and to be in this room, and it is on us that the future generations depend. Let me give you some examples of that it works. There is an ongoing COVID pandemic, it's been said, but there's also innovation inside the COVID pandemic. New apps, portals, MOOCs, digital projects, they have all started. And when I talk to youth and to children, they are into digitalization. It's well known for them and they really love it. So let's go on with this path. It's also about adaptive learning. Learning is not always in a classroom, not always with a teacher. It can be in your family. It can be on the route from one way to the other. It can be from an older person. Let's also adapt to informal learning as one of the pathways to formal learning. It's also up to us to make that possible. Education cannot wait. It cannot be halted. So together we are implementing the future generations' success. The message here is a tailored approach wherever possible. Speaking of innovation, let's not conflate that with technical progress. In the field of education, all of us know there are many sides to innovation. By all means, it's a spectrum of possibilities. Let's apply them in ways that further our education prowess. An example could be our approach to scholarships for scientific research, such as the NRF program currently rolled out in South Africa. It's been a chance for many. And let's see if applied science can leapfrog on their efforts. The linkages are there on institutional level, and let's integrate them on a policy level also. I was talking to my neighbor on this, and I think the Mauritian government is doing just this. I really applaud this. Think local and act global. It's an example of what we as NAFIC do in 37 countries as a small Dutch foundation. And we in this room have all the networks that are needed for this innovation and this challenge. Also training, technical skills are very, very important in the future. Let me give an example of one of the projects we have done together with African and Dutch organizations. It was in collaboration with the Ethiopian Midwives Association that the Amsterdam-based Health E Foundation worked together, and 4 collaborating universities in Addis Ababa, Jimma, Debre Beran, and Wolkait. They together made a new program for midwives. And it is also with the possibilities of the labor market combined with this project that is one of the examples of the future. And so let me end with this. I think it's a promise for a better future if you read the echo of the 7 aspirations of the African Union's agenda of 2063. And let me remind us, that's only 30 years from now. So we really have to leap forward. And with these words from the African Union, I would really like to close and give you all my heartiest call to action with everything you've got in you. Here we go. Transforming Africa to the global powerhouse of the future needs an approach that embodies our desire for shared prosperity and well-being, for unity and integration, for a continent of free citizens and expanded horizons, where the full potential of women and youth are realized, and with freedom for fear, disease, and want. These responsibilities befall on all of us. Thank you.
Merci à Madame Titia Brédé d'avoir souligné l'importance de la collaboration et du partenariat pour faire avancer le progrès sur l'éducation. Mesdames et Messieurs, les 2 messages de solidarité suivants proviennent de 2 autres partenaires proches de l'ADEA, et le premier est l'honorable Madame Svenja Schulz, ministre fédérale de la coopération économique et du développement en Allemagne. Et la deuxième vidéo sera celle de la directrice générale adjointe pour l'éducation de l'UNESCO, Madame Stefania Giannini.
Good morning. Education is a human right, and it is an investment in the future. Well-educated people are in a better position to benefit from social and economic development, and this benefits everyone. Gender equality is a human right. We want to raise awareness of this fact because strong women make strong societies. When I become a development minister, I resolved to implement a feminist development policy together with our partners. For the education sector, this means that first, we are reducing gender-specific barriers so that all children and young people can exercise their right to education. And second, we use education to overcome harmful gender norms and the resulting practices such as early marriage. We want to change discriminatory structures and make education and labor market policies gender transformative. One example is the project entitled Support for South Sudanese Refugees and Host Communities in Uganda. It supports women and girls who train for jobs that are not traditionally women's jobs. As part of the G7 presidency, Germany successfully pushed for the G7 countries to make gender transformative education a new focus of their cooperation on education. This includes digital skills. The e-Skill for Girls initiative has already reached 60,000 women and girls worldwide. For example, advice has been provided to vocational training institutions in Ghana on how to develop gender-responsive curricula on information and communication technologies. Primary education is the foundation of all later learning, and that is why we support the International Education Fund's Global Partnership for Education and Education Cannot Wait. Through the Gender at the Center initiative of the United Nations Girls' Education Initiative, we support girls' education in sub-Saharan Africa. We all know that in the period up to 2035, Africa will need some 25 million jobs a year for people who are newly entering the labor market. In that regard, quality vocational training and practice-oriented higher education will be crucial. And that is why we support scholarship and alumni programs, partnership between higher education institutions, and efforts to improve the management of higher education facilities. Vocational training is an important part of the portfolio of Germany's development cooperation. Among other things, we have put the focus on fostering youth employment in Africa. We are engaged in successful cooperation with our African partners in this field, including ADEA, the African Union, and the African Development Bank. Africa will remain a focus of Germany's development cooperation. The ADEA Triennale is helping to develop answers to the challenges of our times. Let us continue to combine our forces to provide quality education for all.
Honorable Prime Minister of Mauritius, dear Executive Secretary of ADEA, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to address the opening of this Triennale ADEA, which I commend the government of Mauritius for co-hosting. Well, we all know that this continent and the world, of course, have dramatically changed since your last meeting 5 years ago already. As we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic has carried devastating impacts compounded by the multiple crises, climate change, rising food and energy prices, the specter of a global recession. It's setting back progress made over decades on all fronts, widening inequalities and pushing millions into extreme poverty and hunger. However, my message today is a bit different. My message today is about hope. It's about hope because we know the course to change, the course to transform, the course to go beyond these multiple crises. This is how we have to work together, to move ahead together. It's about investing more and investing better in education. It's about changing the course of our way to learn and teach. Since your last meeting, UNESCO has set the ground for this. As you know, we released an important pioneering publication, The Futures of Education, 3 years ago, which actually outline a new social contract for education to reimagine more sustainable and peaceful futures together. And then other big events, our world conferences this year on education for sustainable development, last year in Berlin, but also higher education in Barcelona this year, adult learning, and next month, the early childhood care and education, respectively in Marrakesh, Morocco, and Tashkent in Uzbekistan. All these events, all these big movements we are building for education are mobilizing governments and all partners around this notion of transformation. And our new strategy on TVET, among other important topics UNESCO is working on, aspires to support countries and giving children, providing youth and adults with the right skills in demand. Another important initiative I want to mention is Campus Africa. Campus Africa is about having a better connection between African universities and the rest of the world. It's about supporting infrastructures for knowledge and research in the continent. And the program of your meeting, of this Triennale, takes this wide angle, this wide lens, which is necessary today to really harness the power of education and the power of research and science. The United Nations Transforming Education Summit, a real unprecedented initiative led by the Secretary General himself, as you know all, provides the political capital we need today to change the course. And it also generated a bottom-up process, which is about an unprecedented mobilization of all countries of the world around the national consultations and providing now national commitments to transform education. It's about some 133 countries, including 46 from Africa, from your continent. And this is about really acceleration of SDG 4. This is about changing the system of SDGs and putting education on top of the priorities for the next decade. Well, all we are doing now is about also addressing the big issue of inequalities. Inequalities are actually increasing all over the world, and equity is the starting point for all transformation. It calls for new policies, policies that address all barriers, keeping children out of school or keeping children not to learn as they should be. And it's about integrating responses which can encompass different sectors, which traditionally were separated, and talking and taking decisions in different rooms: health and nutrition, environment, digital transformation. All these different sectors have a role to play, and we want to valorize as much as possible a true intersectorial approach. And UNESCO is the right organization which can do that. So this is the message of the joint continental education strategy for Africa as well. And this is the first of its kind. Our Spotlight Initiative report that will also be released here in Mauritius, Born to Learn, puts a specific focus on foundational learning in Africa, which is one of the most important spotlight initiatives coming from the TESS, the Transforming Education Summit. And it's also resonated with a call to action by 6 partners, including UNESCO, made in New York a few weeks ago. I really support the collaboration with the African Union and ADEA on these 2 assets. Bon, Excellence, plus que jamais, moi je pense que le partenariat et la solidarité, ces nouveaux concepts de solidarité, sont vraiment les ingrédients essentiels toujours pour tenir nos engagements et pour transformer la société comme il faut. Les appels à l'action lancés lors du sommet par des coalitions de partenaires dans des domaines critiques ont le potentiel aujourd'hui d'accélérer le progrès et la transformation. Moi, je vous encourage, vous tous, les États membres, mais aussi les partenaires présents, à les rejoindre. Le comité de pilotage de haut niveau sous l'ODD 4, co-présidé par l'UNESCO et la Sierra Leone, est chargé par le secrétaire général d'assurer un suivi efficace du sommet. Il s'agit de traduire tous les engagements que les États membres ont pris en actions concrètes. Et il s'agit d'avoir des concrètes mesures pour évaluer les progrès faits. La jeunesse, surtout. La jeunesse africaine porte en elle l'avenir. Il doit aussi avoir une voix active, une voix proactive dans la transformation de l'éducation pour construire l'Afrique que nous voulons. Un continent où tous les talents humains peuvent s'épanouir, un continent où tous les jeunes peuvent trouver vraiment les moyens d'avoir un futur meilleur. Je vous souhaite une réunion constructive, très riche, et un apprentissage mutuel, et je vous remercie beaucoup pour cette opportunité.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is a believer in science education. She actively promotes the use of technology and innovation as a means for a better Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage the Honorable Dr. Monica Musenero, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Uganda, and also the chairperson of the African Union Specialized Technical Committee for Education, Science, Technology and Innovation. Honorable Minister, welcome.
The Honorable Vice Prime Minister, Mauritius, the Honorable Ministers from different African governments, the Executive Secretary, ADEA, all our beloved partners and leaders and delegations that are present here, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today. This is my first ADEA meeting, Triennale, although I have had online meetings, courtesy of COVID. I would like to appreciate the government of Mauritius. This is my first time to come to Mauritius, and I promise I'll be back again. Ladies and gentlemen, as chair of the STC, I've had an experience over the past years to interact with a lot of education on the African continent, and we have held several meetings with many ministers. And I want also to appreciate all the gestures and all the commitments and investments that we have seen, and the concern and focus on transforming African education. Since there are so many people focusing on interventions, I'm going to take a slightly different focus. The purpose and focus for which our education system is designed. The theme for the Triennale is reflecting on the impact of COVID on Africa's education systems and how to build resilience to sustain the development of skills for the continent. And being a public health professional, but also being involved with education, especially the higher education institutions, I have watched firsthand COVID achieve what many things had failed to achieve, put education systems to a standstill. We all stopped It was something unimaginable before. And while this was very, very disruptive and caused worldwide concern, I want us to ponder on an issue. On the other coin of COVID achieving this, what can we stop and re-examine? And I want to ask a few questions. Was our education system serving Africa before COVID? Were we having massively employed people coming out of the education system? Is it possible that COVID has caused us to pause and ask ourselves the relevant questions? Why isn't education serving Africa? When we focus on those who are missing education, we miss those who are coming out of education, because we can learn from both ends. Are those who are coming out of the education system finding employment? Are they contributing to the development of their countries? Are they developing industrial value chains which are employing people? Let's not miss this lesson, to pause during this meeting and say, while we are looking at the head of the coin of COVID, let's also look at the tail. What can we re-engineer in the foundations of education so that the post-COVID education system provides the same promise education provides for children on the rest of the continent? Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have people on this continent starving. They can't meet food needs. In my country right now, we are battling Ebola, a disease which has been with us for close to a century. And we know it, and we haven't found those solutions. Right now, massively, both educated and uneducated Africans die, or they are boarding planes to go and do menial jobs outside the continent. Can we use the opportunity provided by this COVID to reimagine and rethink how we can have a more effective education system for the continent? I would like to briefly articulate a few things which may be responsible for an education system which we invest in heavily, both countries and partners, and yet it has not driven prosperity on the continent. What is the problem? The problem is in the purpose for which the current education systems were established. The first purpose, most of our education systems were established to bring literacy to the locals so that they could be assistants, first to the missionaries as they spread the gospels from the holy books, and second also to support as clerks and assistants to professionals to achieve certain objectives. Before contact with the Western world, Africa had an end-to-end education system. We had a system which supported boys and girls to learn vocation, to learn conservation of nature, to learn value addition to whatever they had, and to pass on the same to the next generation. However, with the contact with the Europeans as coming as missionaries, something was introduced. Our education system did not have oral transmission. It did not have an alphabet. With the coming of the missionaries and the colonialists, there was need for people to learn alphabet so that they can read the standardized messages. So there was need for massive health challenge to address the massive health challenges. So we educated assistants to the healthcare professionals. We had a need for teaching, so we established PTCs and training institutions to teach people how to read the alphabet. We had needed technical assistance. Our university, the biggest university in Uganda, Makerere University, was started as a technical institution to produce survey assistants so that the colonialists could survey the land. They needed assistance to carry their tools. And as things progressed, they introduced more and more components to the education system. Now, you may wonder why I am laboring with all this. Because post-independence, who are the people who took over education? The products of the clerks and the assistant education training system. Yes, they are the ones who took over. They never understood how you design a purposeful education system. And this same thing has been propagated to us. We are maybe several generations from then. So we tried to advance education by bettering. So we turned in training programs for training assistants, and we added prestige to them, making them diplomas, making them degrees. And moreover, this education system was partial. It was to produce raw materials, do administration here, and deliver the materials to industrial value chains of the continent. Now, post-independence, and as time passed, Africa went through a bit of chaos, but the education systems struggled. But then we continued with the same. After decades, the industrial value chains which used to take our raw materials are no longer existent. And here we are trying to do better, to do more better, more of the same thing, which produces people who cannot build an industrial value chain to create jobs. So as we look at COVID, how can we take advantage of this? How can we use this meeting to think in addition to all the interventions that we are giving? Can we go a little bit deeper and look at the foundations? Why is it that a professor in an African university with a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, a PhD, a postdoc cannot produce a single item? Is it being educated, which is the problem? Or is it the purpose and structure of education, which is the problem? In the current context of technologically disruptive systems and rapidly changing geopolitics, African planners are often at a loss because many cannot cope with the rapid change. I don't know whether other countries developed education or other continents developed education with so many projects and trials. Definitely Africa has a multitude of them. The challenge is that we seem to be rotating in the same place. We seem to be rotating. And if we miss the opportunity COVID has afforded us, then we are going to enter a long haul. And then the God above will again bring another thing to force us so that we can begin to do something. So we keep declaring Africa, the Africa we want 2063 agenda. And as the Executive Secretary mentioned, we keep making declarations. The issue is we don't know what to do. We don't know how to change this system. Fellow leaders, while it is exciting that we are looking at cutting-edge methodologies and tools, I am a bit troubled that we are again emphasizing educating our children for industrial value chains which don't exist on the continent. Yes, we can help children to learn to read better English or to learn literacy so that they do what? There are no jobs. There are no jobs. That's the reality of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, we should indeed be concerned that COVID disrupted an ineffective system because we must be ready to replace it. The pandemic has indeed availed an opportunity to stop an aberrant and, to be candid, destructive education system. We should grab the opportunity and design for Africa an effective human capital development system. And this is what I would call our partners to support us. Can we go back to the drawing board? Such a system would give learners an opportunity to discover, create, innovate, socialize, and take care of society and nature right from the very beginning. It would enable Africa to develop relevant and complete industrial value chains based on her rich heritage of natural resources as well as technology. I am against taking Legos to villages where children cannot relate where Legos come from, the Lego blocks, because then they can't relate it to their natural environment. We should ask fundamental questions such as, is indeed literacy at 10 years the most important measure of human capital development? Could there be more and possibly better measures? Where are the industrial value chains for which we are educating our children? Similar to Western education, pre-colonial African education system molded a child such that by the time of adulthood, 18 years, an individual was mature physically, psychologically, spiritually, mentally, vocationally, and technically. But the current education system isolates younger people from society, locks them into institutions from a very early age, preparing them for a world of work which is non-existent. By the time the children emerge, often past 25 years of age, they come out of technical or tertiary institutions only to enter an unfamiliar world where they are lost, frustrated, and totally feel let down by their elders. As a result, the whole of Africa's young generation between 18 to 30 years are disillusioned, and they are running to Europe, Middle East, China, USA in pursuit of the industrial value chains for which they were educated. Unfortunately, they are not being allowed in. We don't need to overemphasize, as you have seen thousands die over oceans and deserts as they try to cross. Many of those running have good literacy and digital skills, but they have not assured them, we have not assured them of a livelihood at the end of the education journey. The irony is they are often running from a fertile pearl of Africa to look for opportunity in a desert. The difference is the education system there has created thinkers, innovators, transformers, and planners who create and drive resilience and sustainable systems with morally and ethically upright questions. Let me end by making some proposals of what we should do. Number one, Africa must think. We must stop delegating thinking. It is evident that the people who have propagated the systems anchored in the colonial models of education, they have inertia to reform themselves. The more they try to reform, the more they come out with the same. Let ADEA and other platforms support the formation of education think tanks across this continent. I discovered the secret in think tanks when I was appointed presidential advisor in 2020. I was assigned to spearhead research and development of solutions to the pandemic. I formed my first scientific think tank, and I was amazed at how many of the professionals and professors and experts thought very near. They never thought that they can develop tools. They were more proficient in how they can acquire tools from external industrial value chains. When 15 months ago, I was appointed Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation, I realized we had no idea how to make science and technology and innovation work for Uganda. The people who had the ideas were outside the systems, and those in the system had no idea of how to achieve this. So I broke up science, technology, and innovation into industrial value chains and started to engage all stakeholders in think tanks. The mindset change, the flow of ideas, and the progress is phenomenal in just 15 months. Number two, what should we do? Give opportunity to innovations, indigenous on the continent. Whereas it is good to benchmark and learn from others, Africa's unique context will require original innovations, ladies and gentlemen. No matter how much we whitewash, we are going to end up with more and bigger of the same. There have been emerging original concepts on how to deliver industrial value chains on the continent, but despite multitude of presentations in workshops, we keep them as small projects on the sidelines and never allow them in the mainstream. This is partly due to the fear to miss targets set internationally. I am glad that we have at this meeting recommended approaches based on evidence. There are solid examples on the continent, like the SPEDA model developed by Makerere University, which has for 15 years sat, and yet it has clearly demonstrated how to transform communities through that model. Number three, let us get research and development going. Ladies and gentlemen, let's stop pretending that by educating children better, when we are not creating employment opportunities, we will have better education on this continent. We won't. The children will keep dropping out. So for me, being Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation, I cannot end my talk without emphasizing the role of science, technology, and innovation in education and human capital development. Without valid research and development and commercialization of products to get industrial value chains going on the continent, Africa will not be able to contextualize a relevant education system, because you're educating them for who? You're educating them better for who to give them the jobs. Without R&D, the R&D should not be about publications and reports and conference presentations, but about commercialization of products that grow into industries. R&D should be about fighting poverty and the underdevelopment of Africa. This intervention alone will remedy tertiary and vocational education. In Uganda, we had a clerk's version of degree called mechanical engineering. But in the market, we had a hierarchy of service providers ranging from those who are not educated to PhD holders, all doing motor vehicle repairs. The only difference was what you paid for the service and maybe the ambience of where you repaired your car. However, over the past years, we have deliberately focused on developing an indigenous automotive industry. We now have Chira Motors Corporation, which has produced both diesel and electric buses. This one innovation has changed the trajectory of mechanical engineering education in the country. Students no longer see themselves as auto mechanics, but as engineers who can innovate new parts, supply components, and professors have changed their way of teaching. I've seen a lot of good tools here aimed at digitalizing education, which we welcome, I still cannot help to think, which part of the value chain of the digital tools is coming out of Africa, whose supply will create opportunities for the children of the continent? Is it the software or the hardware? But with good and well-structured R&D, we'll be able to identify and also prioritize to meet our own needs, such as providing adequate food on the continent, overcoming nature elements like the impact of drought, and addressing century-old endemic and pandemic health challenges, as well as meet many basic needs of life. In conclusion, Africa has not had a relevant education system since independence. The one we are mourning over as disrupted by COVID-19 is better gone and forgotten. I sincerely pray that this triennale will now focus on harnessing the opportunity provided by COVID-19 to unleash the renaissance of an African education so as to lead the continent to where it should be, an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the international arena as aspired in the Africa we want, Agenda 2063. I also hope it will result into concrete decisions and actions, including formation of education think tanks to come up with the original ideas that reposition education on the continent. I challenge all of us to think deep into, think outside of, and in a number of cases, consider tearing or even throwing away the whole box of the current education and start over. Let's start on it. Before I end, I would like to thank you for the opportunity once again. I hope I've passed on my passion for the continent. And for that matter, I would like to propose that the next triennale is held in Uganda. I wish you all fruitful deliberations. And in Uganda, we say, for God and my country. God bless you.
Madame la ministre, merci beaucoup pour ce discours si profond et visionnaire. L'ADEA est fière de vous compter parmi les membres de son comité directeur. Mesdames et messieurs, notre prochaine intervenant a l'éducation dans ses gènes. Elle a une riche carrière dans l'enseignement avant d'accéder à un certain nombre de portefeuilles ministériels. Au cours des dernières années, elle a fait des preuves d'audace en lançant une réforme du secteur de l'éducation et y instaurant l'enseignement continu de base de 9 ans. Elle a également fait preuve de vision en adoptant les tendances mondiales et en promouvant les parcours éducatifs pour la création de l'enseignement polytechnique. Elle est également une fervente partisane de la technologie dans l'éducation. Elle a offert des tablettes aux élèves du primaire et a introduit le portail de soutien en ligne aux élèves du secondaire. Elle est aussi l'une des artisans à avoir donné l'éducation gratuite au niveau de l'enseignement supérieur dans son pays. En septembre 2022, elle a été élevée au rang de Honorary Fellow du Commonwealth of Learning pour sa contribution exceptionnelle à l'enseignement à distance et son engagement et son engagement dans l'utilisation des ressources éducatives libres. Mesdames et messieurs, nous avons le grand plaisir d'inviter sur scène l'honorable Madame Leela Devi Duncan Lachumon, vice-premier ministre, ministre de l'Éducation, de l'Enseignement supérieur de sciences et de la technologie de la République de Maurice, pour ce discours d'ouverture.
Honorable Dr. Monica Musinero, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation of Uganda, Chairperson of the African Union, STC-STI Bureau, and ADEA Steering Committee. Excellencies, Ministers from ADEA member states, Mr. Albert Nisigiyumwa, Executive Secretary of ADEA, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished delegates, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me wish you all a wonderful morning, afternoon also, as the case may be, and extend all of you present here, physically or virtually, warm greetings and heartfelt welcome from the people of the Republic of Mauritius. We are indeed very proud as a nation to host this key ADEA Triennale Conference on Education for the continent. Allow me to extend a special welcome to the several partners of ADEA, particularly the development agencies and other organizations that have supported the implementation of the strategic actions of the ADEA. This is a testimony of their unflinching commitment and deep engagement to the cause of education in Africa. As I stand before you today, I'm reminded of the 2003 ADEA biennial meeting that was also held in Mauritius. Then and now, the objectives have been the same. ADEA has not deviated from its major objective of making these high-level ministerial fora a platform of exchange for frank and open discussions, in brief, to allow a free flow of ideas and best practices to be shared. Then and now, the platform still engages ministers, development agencies, and educational professionals in a dialogue to develop convergent approaches to challenges facing education. I say the objectives are the same. In fact, the questions are the same, but the answers are now contextually different. I recall that in 2003, the rampage caused by the AIDS pandemic resulted in the holding of a roundtable dedicated to defining strategies to stem the tide. Destiny has it that 19 years later, we're all asked to reflect during this triennial on the impact of another pandemic, certainly more deadly, COVID-19, on our educational system and the sharp disruptive pivots it has engendered as part of the resilience building. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are 8 years away from the deadline of 2030. We have just 8 years left to meet the targets of SDG 4. Let us remind ourselves that this education goal seeks to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Our meeting should be seen as part of the momentum that has been gaining ground globally, one that has reached a pinnacle with the September Transforming Education Summit called by the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres. Practically all of our countries and organizations represented by many of you actively participated in the discussions. Our heads of state and governments made public statements about measures that would reboot our systems so as to effectively cope with a post-pandemic world. Our meeting will over these 2 days give us an opportunity to renew our commitment to education as a fundamental public good. In fact, it gives our continent the opportunity to pursue a leap forward and sustain the momentum. And agree with Dr. Monica when she says, we need to seize this opportunity and try to reimagine, redesign our education systems. But the task, ladies and gentlemen, the task is daunting. UNESCO figures indicate that over 1/5 of African children between the ages of 6 and 11 are not in school, while nearly 60% of youth between the ages of 15 and 17 are not enrolled. And the overwhelmingly critical learning crisis the international community talks about today can only worsen the scenario. Sound foundational learning is an imperative if we do not want to have learning crisis impacting adversely on economic growth. It is thus incumbent upon us to ensure that all of our children and youth access education as an inalienable right. Only then can they be better prepared to deal with the challenges of living in the 21st century world. At the same time, we should ascertain that our learners are not shortchanged by our education systems. We need to question ourselves. Are we giving them the education they legitimately expect to have? Is the education they are receiving preparing them to be fit to operate in an era dominated by constantly evolving technology? Are we giving them the education they really need? Access, relevance, quality, equity, and inclusiveness should remain the mainstay of our education systems. Shouldn't they? But then again, are they? Ladies and gentlemen, it is of cardinal importance that the education resilience strategy that we are all elaborating in our respective countries should be inclusive enough to take on board all our learners, including those who are marginalized or who have special needs. Ladies and gentlemen, I reckon that if the pandemic has done anything aside from upending the normalcy of our existence and causing 147 million children to miss more than half of their in-class instruction, it is that it has opened new pathways, new areas of focus for our education systems. The acquisition of digital skills is one. Indeed, if there has been a silver lining in the education tribulations we have experienced, it is that innovations have been triggered, resulting in a major digital leap. The digital transformation would have come for sure, but COVID-19 accelerated its progress by years. Here, as a parenthesis, we must also reckon with the fact that, as the McKinsey report puts it, the work of the future will need people with employable skills, one of which is to work efficiently in a digital environment. But the digital transformation in schools also relies on the extent to which we empower our teachers with new skills related to digital learning modalities, as well as social and emotional learning, amongst others. Allow me, dear friends, a small digression here. I often say that the pandemic has transformed our language through the influx of a number of lexical items that have now become household words: social and physical distancing, asymptomatic, quarantine, contact tracing, the flattening of the curve, and what have you. But there's one also that has become very relevant in the education world. It's the word frontliners, but also key actors. And I'd love to consider that teachers and school leaders for being key actors, precisely. They who have ensured, often against all odds, that learners remain connected to education. COVID-19 has taught us a lot of things, including the fact that we, as policymakers, have a responsibility to enable teachers to transform themselves and become agents of change, as the UN Secretary General put it. And that means investing massively in building their capacity, investing massively in the empowerment of teachers. But also, I also believe we should equally envisage a shift, a move away from mere professional development to its increased professional learning. Everything today, the learning poverty I was talking about earlier, the need for learners to be creative, agile, and adaptable points to the importance of teachers moving from the previously art of teaching model to the modern and ineluctable science of learning. From art of teaching to science of learning. Today, Jacques Delors' 4 pillars of education for the 21st century, namely learning to know, learning to do, learning to live, and learning to be, must be complemented by learning to think. Learning to think will help our youth to take better decisions and avoid rut thinking. And that's where teachers have a new role cut out for them, to think how to teach learners to think. Thinking differently and not staying in a rut. This brings to mind here the importance, as nicely put by my colleague, the importance of research. Yesterday, another colleague of mine spoke on the heavy investment made in the higher education sector in her country. Let me go deeper into this for a minute. Conventional wisdom has it that the objectives of higher education should be aligned with the national goals of a country. And higher education should be for better basic education. Higher education for better education, better basic education. Mauritius is betting enormously on its development as a knowledge hub. And in this context, I'm pleased to inform that the national qualification framework in Mauritius has been mapped onto the SADC qualification framework, which means there is now a facilitation mechanism for student mobility from countries on the continent and elsewhere for further studies in Mauritius. This is what the Secretary General was stating, the Executive Secretary was saying earlier. We want mobility within the continent, allowing our students to move from one country to the other. We want seamless movement, seamless mobility. Let me also see the opportunity presented here by these days to remind the audience that Mauritius is offering 50 scholarships every year under the Mauritius to Africa Scholarship Scheme. These scholarships cover certificates to post-PhD studies. We must agree that research undertaken at PhD level and beyond is essential for societal improvement. What is, however, required is impact for research that would provide practical solutions to socioeconomic problems and thus improved quality of life and well-being of all individuals. And this is what my colleague was saying earlier. When we prepare people, when we prepare our students, we need as well to ensure that the environment, that the ecosystem is ready to accept them, that there is a link between what we are producing and where they're getting. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I was referring earlier to the Transforming Education Summit. One of the benefits of the local scene has been the mandatory national consultation process that countries always place a premium on, getting all stakeholders on board so as to ensure that reforms and innovations potentially enjoy high implementation and success rates. I'm very happy indeed that ADEA's Triennale encourage a major partnership among ministers, experts, education professionals, researchers, and representatives from development agencies. The expertise and support these latter bring is often priceless in enabling investment, heavy scalable solution, and thus place education upfront and center. Indeed, I am pleased that these agencies have always stood by the ADEA because they believe in the work and commitment of our association. For all the support you bring to us in fulfilling our commitment vis-à-vis our learners, I can only say thank you. Thank you for sharing your know-how and helping the collective endeavor to share best practices and further encouraging the movement from best practices to next practices. I'm convinced that this conference will be crowned by success and will reach its objectives in the best interests of our society. I thank you all, dear participants, for taking time and the efforts to engage personally or virtually in the debates of this important event. We are sure that you have brought your intellectual input and experience to contribute to our collective effort for these 3 days. I thank you for traveling long and short distances to be here with us, and to the invisible participants joining us from different time zones. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous avons tous eu une responsabilité collective vis-à-vis de nos enfants. Nous devons assurer l'épanouissement de chaque enfant sur le continent afin qu'ils deviennent des citoyens responsables. Notre but sacré, c'est qu'ils réussissent tous dans la vie et qu'ils réussissent aussi leur vie. Unissons donc nos efforts collectifs afin d'atteindre cet objectif. I now wish you all a successful conference, and may I also suggest that you do walk around and visit the different strands of exhibits. I'm sure you will be interested to meet students of Polytechnics Mauritius who are exhibiting IT capstone projects that reflects the innovation that young students are capable of. I have now the distinct honor and pleasure of declaring the 2022 ADEA Triennale open, and I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Vice Prime Minister. We indeed look forward to a fabulous 2 days of engagement in education. Ladies and gentlemen, I will invite you to remain seated while we allow our hostesses to guide the chief guests and dignitaries out of the room. Ladies and gentlemen, let me seize this opportunity for a quick piece of housekeeping information. As the Honorable Vice Prime Minister just mentioned, this Triennale also hosts exhibition booths from our several partners. We invite you to visit those booths set up in the corridor just outside of this room and to engage with our partners. And we wish that in doing so, a number of fruitful collaboration will take place. We will now take a short break of 15 minutes and refreshments will be served just outside this room. Given the short time and the time constraints, we will kindly request you to be back on time so that we complete this session. Thank you so much. Thank you.
the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Mauritius, the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education, honorable ministers and deputy ministers from African countries, distinguished representatives, and participants. Thank you for inviting me to take part in this important event. At the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we are guided by the belief that everyone deserves to live a healthy and productive life. For many years now, our work has thus been focused on vital, sustainable development goals like improving global health, ending hunger and malnutrition, and achieving gender equality. We have recently expanded our work in global education because we know that if the world does not ensure the education of its children, in particular, the foundational skills of reading and math, we will not be able to break intergenerational cycles of poverty and inequality. I have 2 daughters, both of whom did their primary school in Kitwe and Lilongwe. Honorable Prime Minister of Mauritius, the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education,
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We're going to resume in a few minutes. May I kindly request you to take your seat? Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? May I request the colleagues standing at the gates to please come inside? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, mesdames et messieurs. Donc, nous souhaitons continuer à vous présenter deux dernières vidéos. Celle-là est l'une de nos partenaires. Donc, il y a Monsieur Ji Young Park, directeur général, Bureau de la coopération internationale du ministère de l'Éducation de la République de Corée. Et il y aura une dernière vidéo de notre partenaire UNESCO Institute for Statistics qui parlera de Learning Data Toolkit. Merci.
Mesdames et messieurs, sous vos applaudissements, s'il vous plaît.
안녕하십니까. 대한민국 교육부 국제협력관 박지영입니다. 우선 이번 아데아 총회가 아름다운 모리셔스에서 개최됨을 진심으로 축하드립니다. 이번 행사를 준비하시느라 애써주신 알버트 은생 기욤바 아데아 사무총장님과 마르타 피리 모리셔스 교육부 장관님께도 특별한 축하의 인사를 드립니다. 대한민국 교육부는 지난 2012년 아데아 총회 참석을 계기로 아프리카 교육 발전을 위해 아데아와 지속적으로 협력해왔습니다. 그런 의미에서 한 아데아 협력 10주년인 올해 2022년에 개최된 이번 총회가 더욱 뜻깊게 여겨집니다. 아프리카 대륙의 지속가능한 발전을 위해서 교육이 중요하다는 점은 모두가 공감하고 있습니다. 특히 코로나19가 남긴 영향을 극복하고 다가올 미래 사회에 대비하기 위한 새로운 교육으로의 전환이 아프리카를 포함한 국제사회에서 주요 의제로 논의되고 있습니다. 이러한 맥락에서 이번 총회의 주요 주제인 기초교육, 직업기술교육, 고등교육, 그리고 코로나19 이후의 교육 대전환은 매우 시의적절한 과제라 할 수 있습니다. 대한민국 역시 각각의 분야에서 아프리카 국가들의 교육 발전을 위한 협력을 지속해왔습니다. 유네스코 한국위원회와 함께 브릿지 사업을 추진하여 아프리카의 청년, 청소년들에게 문해교육 등 기초교육을 제공해왔으며 유네스코 베어 사업을 통해 아프리카 국가들의 직업기술교육 기반을 마련하려는 노력을 이어왔습니다. 또한 정부 초청 장학생 및 국제협력 선도대학 지원을 통해 한 아프리카 간 고등교육 분야 협력을 지속하였고 코로나19 이후의 새로운 교육 시스템을 위한 디지털 교육 환경 구축도 계속해서 지원할 예정입니다. 이러한 대한민국의 노력은 아프리카 국가들과의 공감과 협력을 바탕으로 이루어질 때 진정한 의미가 있다고 생각됩니다. 대한민국은 이번 총회 참석을 통해 아프리카 회원국들의 이야기에 귀 기울이고 향후 더 효과적인 협력 방안을 찾기 위해 노력하겠습니다. 또한 이번 총회에서 다양한 아데아 회원국들과 협력국들이 아이들의 건강하고 안전한 성장을 위한 우수 사례를 공유해 주실 것으로 알고 있습니다. 여러분들이 들려주실 이야기를 경청하여 대한민국 교육이 나아가야 할 방향에 대해서도 많은 지혜를 얻어가고자 합니다. 이번 총회가 아프리카를 비롯한 전 세계가 공동으로 직면하고 있는 문제를 해결하고 지구촌을 더 나은 사회로 변화시키는 데 필요한 교육의 역할과 성과, 경험과 비전을 공유하는 의미 있는 기회가 되길 희망합니다. 감사합니다.
Africa is home to the youngest population in the world. Our future depends on our young people, and their future depends on education. We have made great strides in schooling, even in the face of staggering challenges like the global pandemic. And now, to recover from the school closures and to invest more in our children, ministries of education, political leaders, and the education community are pledging urgent support for foundational learning. The first step is to measure the current state of learning and begin to track our progress. Collecting data is the best way to see where we are and where we can go. But right now, we don't have enough data. Sustainable Development Goal number 4, the goal dedicated to education, calls for measuring the quality of learning in primary and lower secondary education. However, we just do not have enough quality data. This means we are missing great opportunities. With more data, we can track progress, identify needs, and learn from one another. Countries can make more informed decisions about their own education systems. Now, understanding how and what to measure is easier than ever before. The UNESCO Institute for Statistics and its partners have teamed up to create a tool for ministries of education and country-level decision makers. The Learning Data Toolkit is an online portal designed to navigate the options for assessing student performance according to the SDG indicators. Explore it and find out about the different assessment methods available to each country. Learn more about how your current national assessments fit into the equation, or about international and regional assessments you may want to join. There is also clear information on new ways of understanding student performance, like the Global Proficiency Framework that provides expert advice on how to measure what matters. We invite you to visit an exclusive preview of the toolkit at learningdatatoolkit.org. Find out more about assessing learning accurately and reaping the benefits of understanding student performance across countries and over time. More accurate, reliable, comparable data will give us all a critical edge in realizing our shared vision of ensuring an inclusive and equitable quality education for every child. Join the effort to measure what matters.
Thank you to our valued partners. Ladies and gentlemen, under your happy clapping, please. Ladies and gentlemen, as our several honorable ministers said earlier, we can no longer talk of education without, in the same breath, mentioning COVID-19 and its impact on the education system of every single country of the world. The next speaker will deliver a keynote address on the topic of COVID and the need for our continent to build forward better, more resilient educational systems. We are pleased to welcome on stage Her Excellency Professor Mariatou Koné, le ministre de l'Éducation nationale et de l'alphabétisation Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci. Bonjour à tous. Mesdames et messieurs les ministres en charge du secteur de l'éducation-formation, mesdames et messieurs les représentants des partenaires techniques et financiers, monsieur le secrétaire général de l'ADEA, mesdames et messieurs les représentants des ONG, Mesdames et Messieurs les professionnels de l'éducation de tous les continents présents ici ce matin, chers partenaires de la Triennale 2022 de l'ADEA, Mesdames et Messieurs, croyez-moi, je suis très heureuse de me retrouver ici, à Maurice, avec toute la délégation de la Côte d'Ivoire, composée du ministère de l'Éducation nationale et de l'alphabétisation, du ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur et de la Recherche scientifique et du ministère de l'Enseignement technique, de la formation professionnelle et des apprentissages. Nous sommes heureux de nous retrouver parmi le parterre d'experts que vous êtes pour partager l'expérience de la Côte d'Ivoire dans le domaine pour partager l'expérience de la Côte d'Ivoire dans le domaine de la quête d'un apprentissage fondamental de qualité et repartir d'ici enrichi de l'expérience des autres. Mesdames et Messieurs, à l'instar de nombreux pays, notre pays, la Côte d'Ivoire, n'échappe pas à la double crise de COVID-19 et de la crise de l'apprentissage. Les évaluations nationales et internationales du PASEC ont montré un faible niveau d'apprentissage des élèves. Dans le même temps, les enseignants, eux, selon le même rapport, semblaient maîtriser leurs compétences académiques. Cette situation incommodante interpelle les acteurs du système éducatif et amène à s'interroger sur ce qui se passe réellement dans la salle de classe. C'est pourquoi, avec l'appui des partenaires au développement, plusieurs initiatives ont été prises pour adresser cette problématique. En effet, des politiques nationales visant à améliorer les apprentissages, les premiers apprentissages surtout, ont été expérimentés au moyen de projets pilotes qui se sont avérés concluants. Ces projets pilotes se sont appuyés sur des recherches reconnues dans le domaine de l'acquisition de la lecture, de l'écriture et des mathématiques. Comme exemple, il y a le projet d'amélioration de la prestation des services éducatifs, le PAPSE en abrégé, qui est en cours de mise en œuvre en Côte d'Ivoire grâce à l'appui du Partenariat mondial pour l'éducation. Et c'est un projet qui a développé, entre autres, un ensemble de programmes pour améliorer les résultats de l'apprentissage de la lecture, de l'écriture et des mathématiques pour le préscolaire, le cours préparatoire première année, le cours préparatoire deuxième année et le cours élémentaire première année. Un programme pluriannuel de formation avec la mise en œuvre d'une formation des encadreurs pédagogiques et d'une formation des formateurs, une technologie numérique pour collecter et analyser les données d'observation de classe, un renforcement de la chaîne de production et de distribution des manuels scolaires à travers le système de pré-location que nous appelons Bonamas. Je pourrais citer également l'exemple de l'initiative Élan de l'IFEF, Élan étant École et langue nationale pour l'expérimentation de l'enseignement bilingue, langue nationale français. En Côte d'Ivoire, nous avons expérimenté 10 langues. Je pourrais citer également en termes d'efforts de redressement, le programme d'enseignement ciblé PEC et l'initiative francophone pour la formation à distance des maîtres IFADEM qui ont développé des approches pour la remédiation scolaire et la formation à distance de milliers d'enseignants. Mesdames et Messieurs, aujourd'hui en Côte d'Ivoire, en comparaison à 2019, pour faire référence au rapport PASEC, les évaluations montrent une modification des pratiques pédagogiques des enseignants en mathématiques, en lecture et en écriture, et une amélioration des conditions matérielles des apprentissages. Hier, au cours d'une session parallèle, nous avons vu avec Tarl que la Côte d'Ivoire est passée de 17% d'apprentissage en 2019 pour les mathématiques à 23% en 2021. Ces efforts sont à la fois confirmés par des données d'enquête et des données d'observation de classe. Vous comprenez donc l'importance de mesures de l'évaluation qui aident à travers un suivi évaluation à prendre des décisions d'amélioration. Par exemple, dans le domaine du suivi et de l'encadrement des enseignants, on peut citer pour ce qui concerne uniquement l'enseignement préscolaire et primaire, la réalisation de 17 865 visites de classe réalisées au préscolaire et au primaire, l'organisation de plusieurs 5 907 ateliers de formation au primaire, ayant touché 59 070 enseignants, la formation de 1800 instituteurs adjoints admissibles au certificat d'aptitude professionnelle, la formation de 7089 directeurs des études, directeurs des écoles, éducateurs et enseignants des établissements privés, etc., etc. Mesdames et messieurs, dans le cadre de l'opérationnalisation des conclusions des États généraux de l'éducation nationale et de l'alphabétisation que le gouvernement ivoirien a autorisé en Côte d'Ivoire, avec l'accompagnement de l'UNESCO et de plusieurs partenaires, nous avons pris l'option avec les collaborateurs du ministère de l'Éducation nationale et de l'alphabétisation de consolider et de renforcer les acquis des efforts que je viens d'énumérer pour un impact à grande échelle. À cet égard, et de façon concrète, mon département, avec l'appui des différents partenaires, a entrepris plusieurs actions, à savoir la finalisation de la stratégie nationale des premiers apprentissages, la mise en œuvre du programme national d'amélioration des premiers apprentissages, le développement de la stratégie nationale de formation continue des enseignants, le renforcement de notre dispositif d'évaluation des apprentissages, y compris notre participation aux évaluations internationales mondialement connues. Par exemple, pour la stratégie nationale des premiers apprentissages, il convient d'indiquer qu'elle était devenue une exigence face à la multiplicité des initiatives, y compris des initiatives d'ONG, de philanthropes et du secteur privé. Son déploiement permettra de fédérer toutes les initiatives en cours à l'effet d'adresser plus efficacement la problématique de l'amélioration des apprentissages en lecture, en écriture et en calcul en Côte d'Ivoire. Pour me résumer, je pourrais dire que les initiatives mises en œuvre en 2021-2022 pour rattraper la perte d'apprentissage en Côte d'Ivoire se résument en ceci: tirant des leçons de la perte d'apprentissage consécutive à la COVID-19 et conscient des enjeux de la transformation de l'éducation, le ministère de l'Éducation nationale et de l'alphabétisation est résolument engagé dans une dynamique d'innovation qui s'articule autour de 4 composantes qui sont mise en œuvre de pratiques pédagogiques innovantes, production de ressources pédagogiques numériques, élaboration de documents de cadrage et de stratégies de réforme du collège, renforcement du suivi et encadrement pédagogique des enseignants. Mesdames et messieurs, c'est ce que nous faisons et nous envisageons pour la Côte d'Ivoire. Pour conclure, je voudrais profiter de cette tribune pour lancer un appel en ma qualité de membre du comité directeur de haut niveau de l'ODD 4 sur la transformation de l'éducation. Il est important pour l'Afrique de revoir, de réviser en tout cas la stratégie continentale de l'éducation pour l'Afrique dans le cadre de l'agenda 2063. Nous devons créer des synergies avec les initiatives existantes, profiter des opportunités et capitaliser les acquis pour un système éducatif résilient dans notre continent. Je voudrais dire merci à l'ADEA qui nous donne ici l'occasion à Maurice d'échanger sur les bonnes pratiques, les expertises et les partenariats. Je vous remercie infiniment de votre aimable attention.
Merci beaucoup, honorable Madame la Ministre, professeure Maïetou Kone, pour ce discours et aussi d'avoir partagé l'expérience ivoirienne. Distingués participants, l'ADEA et le rapport mondial de suivi sur l'éducation ont travaillé ensemble pour mettre en lumière le progrès réalisé par les pays et les problèmes critiques liés à l'éducation. Après un travail assidu de mise en place du rapport, l'équipe va maintenant lancer officiellement Born to Learn, le premier rapport de la série Spotlight sur l'achèvement de l'éducation de base et l'apprentissage fondamental en Afrique. Nous avons le plaisir d'inviter sur scène M. Albert Sengiyumva, l'exécutif secrétaire de l'ADEA. Merci.
Thank you, Helen. Let me quickly, I know time is really not on our side. Let me invite Honorable Dr. Valentine Uwamaria, Minister of Education of Rwanda, to come on stage. Let me invite the Deputy Minister of Ghana, John Ford. Can you join us? And let me invite dear Josephine Kienje, the project manager of the Spotlight. Last but not least, let me invite the representative of the African Union as the other partner, Mr. Adumta. Can you join us here? So let me say hello again. I did it this morning. It is with great pleasure and pride that I'm standing here to launch the Spotlight reports this morning. It's already afternoon, alongside my colleagues that are here present and ministers present. The birth of the Spotlight report has involved intensive work in the past years with first 5 countries, including the Democratic Republic of Congo, Ghana, Mozambique, Rwanda, and Senegal. I thank them all for their participation, their willingness and dedication that brought to the series, which is evident by the quality and honesty in the reports published today. I also wish to thank our other co-partner, the African Union. I'm extremely pleased to know that the findings we are highlighting through this series can be of benefit to countries across the continent as they feed into the new Land Policy Dialogue Network launched yesterday on basic education. The new research will also, of course, be a critical input into ADEA's Policy Dialogue Forum. The Spotlight series is a unique arrangement. It bridges the global monitoring expertise of the GEM report with the national level experiences, faced daily by countries. It is an exciting new knowledge product for us all in primary education, completion, and foundational learning. And this is only the beginning. A 3-part series. We are delighted to be working with Angola as the next step, Mauritania, Niger, South Africa, Uganda, and Zambia next year, when more positive policies will be brought to light that we can share back with you all here today. More countries will join for sure. We are going batch by batch, so happy to engage with as many countries as possible. So with no further ado, I will hand over to my colleague and especially Honorable Minister Valentine Uwamaria, Minister of Education, Rwanda, one of our first Spotlight countries, who can actually take you through these experiences and lessons Rwanda drew from our partnership this year. Thank you, and Honorable. Yeah, you can sit. Or you can come, whatever you do.
I think we are all teachers and teachers always stand. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm delighted to be here and participate in the ADEA 2022 Triennale to discuss how to build resilience and sustain the development of skills for the continent and even beyond. The Executive Secretary, Mr. Albert, just called me to share the experience, but I think yesterday, those who were here had the opportunity to discuss in details about this research that was conducted. But I just want to say that building foundational literacy and numeracy skills for our children is the starting point. Reading and doing basic mathematics are the building blocks for our broader goals. Rwanda has made great strides and reforms over the last 2 decades, and these reforms have led to many successes, especially in access to education for all. But more remains to be done to realize the required education quality. The government of Rwanda has recently made unprecedented investment in education, including the massive construction of classrooms to ease people overcrowding and reduce long distances to schools. And the big part of this achievement was even done during the COVID time, where the country constructed more than 22,000 classrooms, new classrooms, which is equals to the number of classrooms that were constructed for the last 10 years. The recent investment also includes the large-scale recruitment of additional teachers. You may understand having more classrooms means having more teachers. And we've recruited more than 40% of the existing teachers that were there before the pandemic. And the work keeps going on because the more we have new classrooms, the more we have teachers. But having new teachers means also we have to build their capacity. So many partners are involved in building the capacity among the teachers, including the English proficiency as the language of instruction in the country, as well as ICT in education. Building the skills in ICT for teachers is also a priority for the government of Rwanda. So the increased availability of teaching and learning materials as well is highly needed. You may understand having new teachers, having new classrooms, it requires also a good package of learning materials to be available to facilitate the learning, the teaching and learning activities. We are also happy to announce that just this year, not even, it was last August, the government took a decision to increase teachers' salary, and the increases were between 40 and 88%, depending on the level of the teachers. And this also was done for head teachers and deputy head teachers, because we realized that improving the quality means also improving the teachers' welfare, and teachers' salary was on top of different CPD courses teachers are taking. Increasing their welfare was also important to increase the quality of education. I'm delighted to see the Spotlight Rwanda report completed and launched today at this time when the Ministry of Education and partners are working on elaborating an evidence-based national strategy on foundation learning. The findings and the recommendations of the Spotlight will add significant value to this strategy. It is also my hope that the report's findings, the challenges, good practices, examples of innovation can contribute to peer learning across the continent through the LEARN network that was launched yesterday by the African Union. As the Spotlight series expands across countries, together we can make foundation learning and universal basic education completion a reality. Let me conclude by thanking ADEA for welcoming us here this week to discuss such a vital topic. Thank you so much, Excellencies.
Thank you, Minister Dr. Maria Valentine. Indeed, we are talking about quality, but we know the welfare of teachers matter as well. It's so important to invest in teacher welfare and in order even for the constructions of schools to get really a good sense in terms of improving the quality. Thank you for your intervention. Let me also invite now the Deputy Minister of Ghana, my dear friend Fojo. You can take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellency Vice Prime Minister and Minister for Education, Tertiary Education, Science and Technology of Mauritius, Executive Secretary of ADEA, Albert, my good friend, Excellencies and Honorable Ministers of Education, excuse me, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it gives me great pleasure to be here at the launching of the Spotlight Report as one of the first countries to have taken part in the Spotlight Report series with UNESCO's GEM report and ADEA. The report was written on Ghana as a result of this partnership, and that provides comprehensive, candid, and invaluable insights into our education system. Naturally, it's not a very comfortable situation for one to open doors for such critical scrutiny, because you might be surprised to have the spotlight being set on some of the aspects of your education that might not best represent you. But although there may be some reluctance to share spotlights on areas where we can do better, when the children's future is at stake, dear friends, it is necessary and it is imperative. On this premise, we in Ghana were excited to open our doors to UNESCO's GEM report, and we did so without hesitation. The report has helped us build the evidence base by bringing data and contextually relevant research to guide and inform our progress toward a fulfilling, thorough education for all learners. It represents a unique opportunity to transform our education system and to learn new solutions, particularly at the foundational learning levels. Helping every single child to learn is ambitious, but it is entirely possible and actionable. Over the last decade, Ghana has made great strides in advancement of our education system. We have transformed our secondary enrollment ratio all the way to 95% now since 2017 with the introduction of the free senior high school and TVET education, which jumped enrollment from 800,000 students to 1.3 million students in just a year. Between 2017 and now, we've had some 2.2 million young learners, particularly from hard-to-reach areas, having benefited from this policy. Excellencies, children are born to learn and learning to obtain skills that will make them themselves agents for the transformation of our countries and ultimately our continent. And the kind of skills that will be able to surmount the current giant and complex challenges that face us definitely cannot be in the rote learning system, whereas a learner is required to just reproduce verbatim what the teacher has told them. This must call for reforms. This must call for transformation in every aspect of our education, particularly starting from curriculum development. We at Ministry of Education, Ghana, have transformed our curriculum from the primary to secondary and many aspects of our education, having moved from the objective-based curriculum to the standard-based curriculum at the primary level and the implementation of the Common Core at the junior high, all to ensure that the learner is imbibed in them the critical skills that is required in our 21st century that will meet up the challenge of the fourth industrial revolution, the fundamental skills of critical thinking, creativity, and problem solving and communication are the dictates of the new standard-based curriculum we've been implementing. This way, our reform covers the school structure, the new teacher standards for teachers, and the new standard-based curriculum. And we did not forget that teachers are the agents of this transformation that we seek and also need to understand what is expected of them. The Spotlight reports highlights ways that different countries among us are developing quality and teacher quality, and importance of providing structured reports to both teachers and to school leaders. This is a journey that we have already started on. Over the last few years, alongside providing guidelines to teachers, we have also started weekly professional learning community sessions in schools in which teachers meet to discuss teaching approaches. They get a chance for open exchanges on ways to strengthen their pedagogical practices and implement more successfully the curriculum in the classroom. And the research shows that these communities are working together to enhance teacher practices. We are already seeing some great results. For us at the Ministry of Education, the success of this program is not surprising at all. And for all stakeholders, as a student, a teacher, a minister, the president, it is noble to speak openly about challenges facing our education systems and to listen to the experiences others can bring to the table, all in our efforts to drive the collective transformation of education agenda on our continent. Children are born to learn, and so do I humbly implore that we keep learning from each other too, in order to put in place the conducive learning environments and competitive education for all of our children. African countries will have just such an opportunity with the Learning Education Analysis for Results Network LEARN, which was launched yesterday by the African Union with the Spotlight Report partners. On this note, I thank most sincerely ADEA for the opportunity to discuss the critical theme with you all this week. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Deputy Minister John. I was trying to translate, there's a say in our language that I have had time to try and translate it. That is basically say, if you want to heal an illness, you must first accept it. So basically, I think the minister, you're pointing one of the critical issues that may come out tomorrow again, this issue of data. Hiding data does not help to improve anything. And this is a serious issue that we are having. So we need to get the data, the accurate data, to inform any change that we want to see in our educational system. And I'm sure my dear Ovi will get back to this during her session. Thank you. So let me invite the African Union representative, Mr. Adumta. He's heading the Pan-African Institute for Educational Development, to say a few words. Adumta.
Merci Albert. Honorables ministres, distingués invités, permettez-moi d'abord de vous présenter les salutations de votre serviteur, le professeur Mohamed Belochim, le commissaire en charge de l'éducation, sciences et technologies. Vous conviendrez avec moi que l'Union africaine est heureuse de contribuer à cet événement autour du thème crucial sur le fondement même de l'éducation. Je saisis cette opportunité pour remercier JMR et ADEA pour avoir organisé cette triennale sur cette thématique qui revêt une importance capitale pour la Commission de l'Union africaine. Les uns et les autres l'ont déjà dit, que tous les enfants qui sont nés doivent apprendre. Et cet apprentissage s'étend jusqu'au niveau des États, au niveau des adultes que nous sommes. Malheureusement, ce n'est pas ce qui se fait le plus souvent. Le rapport que nous avons lancé hier, que la Commission a lancé hier, vient au point nommé pour nous interpeller sur la nécessité de tirer profit, d'apprendre des uns des autres. Les conclusions de ce rapport, Spotlight, constituent une contribution à l'atteinte de l'objectif de l'Union africaine et des États membres. Cet apport est en même temps un outil très important pour les États membres de l'Union africaine à double titre. Premièrement, ce rapport est un élément très important qui nous incite à la solidarité entre les États, une solidarité qui nous pousse à progresser ensemble. Le deuxième élément le plus important que nous devrons tirer ici, c'est de comment aligner nos politiques, nos stratégies vers l'amélioration des apprentissages. L'Union africaine prend l'engagement de faire avancer cet agenda et nous avons hâte de poursuivre les discussions avec les uns et les autres. Et comme vous le savez, il est très probable que l'année prochaine soit dédiée à le thème de l'Union africaine, le thème de l'année prochaine soit dédié à l'éducation. Et je voudrais que nous puissions tous ensemble saisir cette opportunité pour que le mécanisme d'apprentissage soit véritablement un élément très important dans le cadre de la thématique que les chefs d'État et de gouvernement vont discuter l'année prochaine. Merci bien. Merci.
Thank you, Adumta. So it's now time to launch the report, and I don't see anyone else that could do it better than Madam Josephine. Josephine, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert. Thank you, honorable ministers. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're really excited to be here to launch the Spotlight Report, Born to Learn. On behalf of our director, Manos Antoninos, I'd like to thank ADEA for the partnership. I'd like to thank the African Union, and of course, the Ministries of Education in the focus countries, and the various stakeholders who inputted and worked and provided case studies to inform this Spotlight Report. So the reason we're all here today is because there's this talk, and we've heard over and over how there is a present learning crisis. In reality, this discourse for Africa is not exactly correct. In our report, we find that the low learning levels we see in Africa today have in fact been present for generations. Commitments have been made, declarations have been signed, institutions have been built, but even then, learning levels remain low. The promise that we've made to our children has been broken. And this is why it's extremely important to shine a spotlight on foundational literacy and numeracy in Africa. We do so because it's important to know where we're going. It's also important to appreciate that much has been learned in the last 10, 12 years on this issue. And it also offers us the opportunity to learn from each other. With this edition of the Spotlight Report, 5 country reports were undertaken, and as well various case studies from 7 countries across Africa, and they inputted into the Continental Report. All the reports will be available today. Next slide, please. So I just want to, in the next couple of slides, share with you some key findings from the report, and some key messages. If you look at this slide, you'll see in the green is the level of students that achieve minimum proficiency. The purple is the students that complete primary education on time and achieve learning. As you'll see, the top of the graph is the world, and unfortunately, the bottom of the graph is the context for learning for African children today. And this is why we must urgently address the issue and also use the opportunity to learn from each other. What we find through the Spotlight Report is that African children they're 5 times less likely to achieve basic skills than children elsewhere. And that's simply unacceptable. What the report offers us, since we know that there are interventions that have been tried and interventions that have been tried at scale, it offers us some lessons of good practice. I'd like to share a few of those here with you today to sort of encourage everybody to address these issues. What we put forward is that in order to achieve learning, there should be in place minimum conditions. In Africa, one of the key challenges is that 1 in 3 children receive school meals, yet we know that having a school meal is important for attendance and it's also important for learning. A good practice that comes from Rwanda is that the government is committed to providing a school meal to children in primary school and secondary school, and they finance this up to 40%. Next slide, please. Another challenge, when we talk about learning, another challenge is that 3 children have to share 1 textbook in Africa. So the idea that after all these years of investment, after all these years of working towards this goal, there isn't 1 textbook per child, then you'll understand why learning outcomes are low. And yet we know that children who have textbooks have a 20% chance higher of learning to read. In Benin, what they've done is they've established decodable textbooks, and they've also been able to address this issue of cost. Today in Benin, these decodable textbooks cost $1 per textbook, and that's pretty good. Next. Thanks. As well, because of our diversity, there's also a challenge. Just 1 in 5 children are taught in their home language. But again, there's lessons to be derived. In Mozambique, with their bilingual education program, it has led to success. Up to 15% of improved learning outcomes for those children in the bilingual education versus those children in the monolingual system. So that's something that has been tried to a great scale in Mozambique that can also be replicated elsewhere. Next slide, please. Now, there's such a huge expectation on teachers to deliver learning in the classroom, but so often teachers are not supported. What we find is that there is so much evidence. The evidence points from 8 countries at scale, success in training teachers, success in offering them structured support, success with providing them with teacher guides so that they focus their instruction on improving learning. This evidence is supported at a wide scale in 8 countries. So we're certain that it can be tried and replicated in different contexts. As well, you heard from the Honorable Minister of Ghana that peer learning in Ghana is working to help teachers improve their pedagogical practices. And just like with anything else, good leadership matters, right? So I'm stronger because I have a good leader, Manas, who helps me focus on the result of things. So in the classroom for teachers, they need good, strong school leadership to help them stay focused on improving learning. So those are some of the tools and the approaches that have shown to be successful for strengthening teachers who are a key ingredient for ensuring learning for our African children. Next slide, please. Now, my favorite, having grown up in Kenya, my favorite African proverb is a roaring lion kills no game. It's not enough to scream this from the rooftop. It's not enough for me to stand here and speak to a room full of educationists and honorable ministers. We cannot just talk about this. We have to act on it. Results will only come from our actions. And a key first step that countries are taking, including countries like Ghana and Rwanda, is by really articulating a strong vision for learning, by prioritizing it, by setting goals for learning, and by measuring outcomes to ensure that learning is happening in the classroom. In Ghana, the Gallup project is working through a framework by which they've also added national assessments at grade 2 and grade 4. Now, this is really, an important and a commendable achievement. Congratulations, Ghana. Because at present, what we find in the Spotlight report is that there's no data on learning for 2/3 of the children in Africa. That is surprising. And frankly, how are you going to plan without having learning data for 2/3 of your children? And where we also find that learning assessments have actually increased in Africa. So there's more learning assessments that are being carried out in Africa, but those learning assessments are then not being used to inform policy or to inform the practice of teaching or the curriculum, right? So we encourage you here, particularly the donors who are financing many of these assessments, to really make them available. Don't just sit on them, make them available to the countries. Next slide, please. Our report, it's actually not ours now, it's yours, it's ours. Our collective report, Born to Learn, is not just about learning for children. It's also about learning. I don't want to hear my voice twice. It's also about learning for all of us. Now, we started with the focus countries in Ghana, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Rwanda, Senegal, and Mozambique for the first Spotlight cohort countries. For the next cohort, we've invited Angola, Mauritania, Niger, South Africa, Uganda, and Zambia to join. We believe strongly that bringing countries together so they can learn how others are addressing the learning challenges will really help us move forward to understanding what works and putting it into practice so that we can achieve results in foundational learning. We're really pleased with and welcome the peer learning mechanism, Learn, that was launched yesterday by the African Union. Thank you very much. Please, that you can download the report. I believe you have a QR code on your tables or outside that you can access. And do join us. Don't just download it, please read it. And then also join us online with the hashtag Born to Learn. We'll close the event now with a video from our champions and as well some information on the campaign that we're rolling out with the launch of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine. Thank you so much. There's a video coming up. Okay. Thank you.
All children are born to have an education, but not everyone gets the chance. I had to fight for mine. My education lifted me up to where I am today.
Children of today are the leaders of tomorrow. Therefore, they need to learn and be equipped with the skills and competencies of tomorrow's world.
All children deserve the chance to learn literacy and numerical skills in primary school. Still today, 1 in 4 children on our continent do not complete primary school. Only 2 in 10 children read well enough to carry on learning. This is a critical foundation to continue the journey through education and develop more advanced skills. But if children need to learn, governments do too. This is why the Spotlight Report is so important. It provides valuable insights on the latest approaches, helping improve foundational learning across Africa.
I am therefore honored to participate in this Spotlight Report, lifting up the message that all children are born to learn, and it is our duty as adults and leaders in government to ensure that they are given that opportunity to learn.
Join me to build on Africa's potential, because all children are born to learn.
Born to learn.
Thank you. Thank you, Josephine. Thank you. I've just been reminded that it did not come quickly out of the presentation, but I'm showing the reports. The issue of feeding, the school feeding program, that has a really great impact, on the quality of education, especially for these children. And I know in Rwanda, they had a great program on this. I'm sure in other countries, including Zambia. So this is something we need to take into consideration as well. Maybe it did not come out your presentation, but it's so important as well. Thank you so much. Can you clap again for the ministers? I'm here. Thank you, Justin, for 9. Back to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Albert Sengiyumva, honorable ministers and representative of the Chamber report. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now commence the high-level ministerial and CEOs roundtable discussions, the two of them, panel 1 and panel 2, on the lessons learned in policy and practice from the COVID-19 pandemic and building resilience to sustain Africa's educational system. After those two panels, I think we would have deserved that we take a break, and then we will break and we will have lunch after the 2 sessions. Therefore, distinguished participants, we would like to invite on stage the moderator of this plenary session, Dr. Obiageli Obi Ezekwesili, President of Human Capital Africa and Senior Economic Advisor at the Africa Economic Development Policy Initiative. Dr. Obi will be moderating the first panel on foundational learning. Over to you, Dr. Obi.
Ladies and gentlemen, the day is fast spent, and we really have to make this business happen quickly so that you can reclaim the time already lost. So instead of 1 hour, we're going to be having a panel of 45 minutes. So you better pray for me, because I'm going to need that prayer to keep my panelists, very distinguished people, within the time that we have. So the first panelist to come up and take a seat is my dear friend and sister, the Minister of Malawi, Honorable Agnes Makunda Ridley. Please clap. It's right next here. And Minister Mariotu Kone, who had given a speech earlier, Minister of Côte d'Ivoire. Please, Madame le Ministre, we'll need you to come up. Please clap. And she'll be followed by another dear sister, the minister from Gambia. Yeah, there you go. You look so beautiful. I was looking for you. Please sit right next to your sister. And then we'll be joined by dear friends that work within the education, the global education space, especially supporting the work that we do on our continent. Let me get Dr. Benjamin Piper, who is the Global Education Program Director for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Please clap. And of course, our dear friend Dr. Margarita Focus-Licht of the Global Partnership for Education. She is the acting deputy chief executive of that important program on education. Please. So very distinguished audience, we had cracked a joke earlier today that Nigeria has given a contribution to global discourse by saying we stand on all existing protocols. You know, that's a contribution, very major, because it saves me the hassles of having to read through the very distinguished profiles of the people on this panel. And the conversation that we're having this afternoon is on the foundational learning, especially as regards what happened as a result of the great pandemic. And today's topic, what was the impact of COVID on foundational learning across the continent? And how did countries deal with it as a means of ensuring that we can have resilient systems of education across our continent? So I'll quickly just go through with our ministers. It's historical and it's important to know, but I'd want it to be very short and snappy. So, so that way we can then look toward the future. Resilience is about the capacity to prepare for risks and for opportunities so that they don't take us by surprise ever again. So the past is to say, Madam Minister, what was the impact of COVID on foundational learning in your country? What steps did you as a decision maker have to take to immediately respond to the crisis that was basically changing children, who most of whom were already changed before COVID? I'll start with you, Agnes.
Thank you very much. For Malawi, COVID, as we've heard earlier today, COVID basically exposed the huge weaknesses of the education system, such that the first order of business for me as minister was to see, are our schools ready to do that which we were asking them? And what we were asking them was, we deployed a standard operating procedure for how to prevent COVID spread and how to look after children and teachers that may be infected. And the first thing we discovered is that for years and years, we'd run schools without water. There were schools without water. Yes, it might look strange, but we had been asking teachers and other school leaders to produce quality education when there was no sanitary facilities in the schools, no safe water. That was, well, it shouldn't have been a big shock, but so COVID was good in that it exposed that. Then we also realized that we had to strengthen our links with the Ministry of Health because COVID was bringing an immediacy to the threat of life that we needed to make sure that schools were ready to deal with threats. And when you look at schools in Malawi, the very rural ones, the nearest health facility may be 50 kilometers away or more. And so we had to make sure that we work on that. We also had to make sure that we look at the state of teachers, because the teachers were themselves afraid. Teachers felt that they were besieged because they were being asked to be present in school regardless, when other workers could choose to work from home. Teachers couldn't choose to work from home. We didn't have the capacity to deliver teaching through e-learning or through the radio. And so we had to work with that and see what to do about teachers. We had a lot of other things to do, but I think to begin with, I would say that it exposed the weakness of the system.
I love the fact that you said it exposed, because those weaknesses were
there.
And so it took that kind of a pandemic to expose them to the policymaker. We would prefer that data that we track annually, quarterly, biannually, would
Yes.
expose these weaknesses to us better. And that takes me to the next question on, so there was catch up that needed to be done. I'm staying with you, Agnes.
Okay.
There was catch up to be done so that the children who were not learning even before COVID, now for that change could, catch up. And then there was the whole thing about the system is exposed for the cracks. What then has your thinking been? Have you been one of those just trying to, just get up and keep going? Or are you rethinking things now?
So for Malawi, we've decided to rethink our education for a number of reasons. COVID is just one of them, but we also suffer a lot of climate change disasters. This year alone, we've suffered 2 cyclones that have destroyed a lot of school infrastructure out of the infrastructure that we already do not have. So to look at what do, we looked at our data that shows that in primary education, we managed 90% net enrollment, but only 52% of those complete primary school. So we have 10% never at school, and then only 52 completing out of the 90%. And then we have at secondary school only 15% net enrollment, which means 85% of our young people are not in school. So university entrance, I think it's even worse because we have less than 1%. So with that kind of data, when I sit here and say, for Malawi, we have decided that by 2063, we are going to be an inclusively wealthy upper middle income country that is self-reliant. How are we going to do it? First, we want mindset change. The very mindset change that will enable us to believe that it is possible to start with that kind of statistics. When COVID came, it actually made the statistics I've given you worse, because after the 6 months of closure of our schools, we lost around 400,000 learners, 40,000 of whom were girls who had either become pregnant or gotten married. So we had a job to do. How do we fix a system where, first of all, we didn't have enough classrooms? How do we fix a system where, secondly, we did not have a strong digital platform to offer alternative ways of learning and teaching? We believe that our entry point is looking again at foundational skills, which if we fix, we believe that it will have an impact on repetition, it will have an impact on dropouts, and an impact on girls staying in school, an impact in bringing the 10% that are not in school, an impact in making sure all of them complete school. So
that's a really good place to land it, because, when a disaster of the scale that we experienced has happened, the worst thing that can happen is to just wake up and continue walking around like most of the people I saw at the airports on my way to Mauritius. The whole world has left home, and we're all just roaming the world as though nothing happened. And there's something good about that. But there is also something not so good about it, because the kind of reflection that is necessary for systems that have gone through the level of exposure that we've seen, for the number of children that are in school but not learning on our continent. When you said to me that you had to rethink and remember that the foundation is really where it should start. And this remediation by looking at foundational literacy and numeracy is what they constituted this panel for. Madam Minister, when you spoke, you talked quite well about the issues in education and the approaches to fixing things. Could you tell me, what 2 things did you immediately do with the school system, the primary school system? Because we're focused on foundational literacy and numeracy. What 2 things did you immediately do as soon as children and their teachers were back in the classroom?
Merci. Merci, madame. Je voudrais dire que lorsque Covid est survenu en Côte d'Ivoire, les écoles ont été fermées 2 mois, du 16 mars au 17 mai 2020. Donc 2 mois de fermeture. afin de limiter la propagation de la pandémie à coronavirus qui a affecté environ 7 millions d'élèves en Côte d'Ivoire, de tous les ordres et degrés d'enseignement, et cela a posé un défi majeur de la continuité des apprentissages. Nous avons élaboré une stratégie déclinée en 3 phases majeures, la prise de mesures sanitaires, des actions administratives et puis des actions pédagogiques. Mais je pense que par rapport à la question que vous posez ici, nous avons essentiellement été guidés par 5 principes. Le premier principe, c'est celui de la continuité éducative, qui s'exprime par l'exigence de ne pas interrompre l'action éducative, mais en même temps, tenir compte des situations d'urgence que sont les conflits, les épidémies, les catastrophes, etc. Alors, l'une des caractéristiques de notre service public, c'était donc la continuité. Le deuxième principe de notre dispositif d'enseignement a été la gratuité. L'accès aux ressources pédagogiques diffusées par les médias partenaires ou hébergés dans les plateformes numériques était entièrement gratuit pour tous les élèves et leurs parents. Le troisième principe a été celui de l'inclusion, c'est-à-dire que le dispositif qui a été mis en place visait les élèves du primaire, du secondaire général, de l'enseignement technique et professionnel, du public et du privé.
I may not speak, but I do understand. That's why I was But to please the conference people, I will put it on.
Merci. Le quatrième principe, je vous ai dit qu'il y avait 5 principes, je vais rapidement rappeler. La continuité éducative, la gratuité, l'inclusion. Et le quatrième principe, c'était celui de l'équité, qui affirme que tous les élèves et tous les bénéficiaires du dispositif de continuité éducative et des apprentissages doivent avoir les mêmes chances d'accès, d'exposition, d'exploitation et d'appropriation des contenus d'enseignement. Et enfin, le 5e et dernier principe que nous avons appliqué, c'était la pérennité du dispositif. Il faut souligner que la crise sanitaire de Covid a mis en exergue des défis à relever qui sont, entre autres, le développement de l'accès à l'Internet et aux terminaux en milieu scolaire, ainsi que l'implémentation du télétravail et la pérennisation du téléenseignement comme complément de l'enseignement présentiel. Voici en gros les principes que nous avons appliqués juste avec la survenue de Covid. Et c'est au vu de tout cela que nous avons, pour la Côte d'Ivoire, fait un saut, nous avons osé, nous avons pris le risque de penser à faire des états généraux de l'éducation nationale et de l'alphabétisation pour repenser notre éducation, pouvoir regarder dans le rétroviseur avec Covid, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé, qu'est-ce que nous pouvons améliorer, qu'est-ce que nous pouvons conserver, et ça a donné un rapport qui nous permet aujourd'hui de faire des réformes aussi bien au niveau de l'apprentissage fondamental que dans le secondaire.
D'accord. Let me ask, if you were to judge between the lessons of resuming school and hearing that even before COVID, we had as much as 8 children who would go through primary school before the age of 10, they are not achieving literacy and numeracy in the continent of Africa. And then you wake up, it's after COVID, and the schools have resumed. I heard all the things you read from the notes, but I'm just sort of asking, what in the classroom are you doing differently with the teachers in the school system to change this data? Is there anything that we have learned as a result of the data that's coming out on this learning literacy, learning poverty that we're coping with on the continent? Yes.
Mais je vous remercie. Je crois que tout à l'heure, j'avais exposé sur les pratiques que nous avons, nous estimons innovantes, avec la mise en œuvre d'un programme d'enseignement ciblé, qui est un programme de remédiation qui s'adresse essentiellement à des élèves qui sont en difficulté, donner la chance à tout le monde, faire en sorte que tous les élèves puissent bénéficier du même type de formation, de la même formation, avec les mêmes éléments pédagogiques. J'ai parlé également de la mise en œuvre du programme PAPCE, qui est un programme d'installation des premiers apprentissages en français et en mathématiques. Je crois également avoir exposé sur un programme que nous appelons Programme national d'amélioration des apprentissages. Et en plus de tout cela, il y avait tout ce qui est production de ressources pédagogiques numériques qui nous ont aidés avec des fiches de leçons produites et embarquées sur la plateforme. Le téléenseignement, en tout cas, a été la première des choses que nous avons faites. Et c'est la leçon que nous avons comprise, c'est qu'il y avait plusieurs initiatives justement dans le domaine de l'apprentissage fondamental et que nous devions faire en sorte de fédérer toutes ces initiatives en élaborant une stratégie nationale des apprentissages.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, why I was prodding is that we often have found this desire to do something in education. It's never lacking. You see people, they say, education is in crisis, we have to get it right. But then we've spent so much energies on not the things that can address the critical challenges that we have in our education sector. And so when we have this kind of convening by ADEA and Albert and his team and colleagues from all the other organizations are wanting us to shape a direction for the future, it is a place where we cannot be diplomatically correct, right? Because that's not what the children want. So it does help that we're very precise in identifying what we may have been doing that will not address the core problem, and the things we need to do that will help us get higher learning outcomes for the children. And that's why I'm so excited that the women who are seated here today, all ministers of education, are people who understand the benefit of having learned at the foundational level. It created the basis of the achievements that we have seen at the individual level. And so when I turn to you, Ben, I am saying, if you were made the Minister of Education of the 54 countries in Africa, and you just entered office today, what would be the 3 things that you would immediately do? Because you want those numbers to change by the next time we are in Uganda. Where is the Minister of? Yes, you invited us to Uganda.
Kampala.
Before we go to Uganda, Minister of Education, 54 countries in Africa, what would you be doing?
So the one thing I would say is, after having worked with ministers for the last 15 years, I would say this job is too difficult. Being minister of one country, from what I've seen, is too difficult. And let one of the ladies here.
Ministers of Education.
Yeah, I answered this question with a lot of humility, because anything I know of, I've learned from this continent, and education is on this continent. Actually, that's the first point, actually, is that if you remember the figures that were just shown on the gaps between outcomes in numeracy and literacy in Africa compared to the rest of the world, we don't need a small improvement. We need a fundamental shift in learning. And I think what's most encouraging, my first point, is that there are programs and countries on this continent that have made substantial learning outcomes improvements and have done so at scale, Dr. Obi. That's really important. It's not a small, I'm a researcher, so I love setting up small scale studies. If you give me time, that's what I would do my whole life, is a small scale study here and there. But what we need are large scale interventions that have not made small improvements, but have made large improvements. So let me give you a few that you might not know that are important for you to know. There's a program in Senegal, Lecture Port 2, that doubled learning outcomes. Yes, clap for Senegal. There's a program in Kenya, Kenya Tusome, that doubled learning outcomes. There's a program in Liberia, Read Liberia, very recent results that doubled learning outcomes. The fundamental thing we need to do to reduce that gap between Africa and the rest of the world is look to programs that have done it already and see what they've done. And think about this, the sort of approaches they've done. So that's number one, is look elsewhere in sub-Saharan Africa to improve outcomes. Number two, some of the lessons from those studies realize that all that matters, this is a controversial point, so I'll say it where everyone can see me. All that matters is the teaching practices of the regular teacher in a rural classroom. That's all that matters. We have
Can you repeat that again? Because
Yes.
it sounds too simple. And therefore, there is always a tendency to struggle with things that sound simple.
Yes.
And they would like you to be a professor.
Yes.
So is there a way to say it so that these educationists will understand what you're saying?
Again, professor job is too difficult for me too, so let me try and do what I can. All that matters is the teaching practices of the typical teacher in a rural classroom. That's all that matters. And so if we're going to double learning outcomes, we need to think about the programs and the materials that those rural teachers would do. And as much as I love many of the policies we've talked about today, the ones that will reduce these gaps are the programs that focus on teaching improvement. Teachers want to teach better. They just don't need to. Madam Minister, I heard you say earlier, I remember this quote very, very clearly. She said, "Is the art of teaching was the old way. We need to think about the science of teaching." And I think if we are focused on the rural teacher, but there is a science of teaching. There are a certain number of things that can help them teach. Lesson plans. The previous presenter talked about these lesson plans, 8-country study that showed lesson plans make a difference. Training that's focused on helping them with skills. I heard the deputy minister in Ghana talk about the teacher learning circles at the circuit level. I think that's the Ghana system. The circuit level where they are talking to each other. Coaching systems that work. All of those things working together to help the typical rural teacher to teach better on a daily basis. If we want to improve, that's what needs to happen.
Number three.
Number three, I can still talk. I thought that would be all I can say.
Number three, quickly.
Number three is to say, if you focus on learning lessons from elsewhere in Africa, if we focus on teachers and the rural teacher, number three, our continent needs better data. Better data. What's exciting, you saw the video from UIS earlier today. There are new, just released toolkits that would allow countries to do two things at once, Dr. Obi. Number one, to have data for policy dialogue. Madam Minister, what matters most is to have the data. You can have the conversation in your own country. That matters most. But secondly, you can have data that would be able to have Malawi and Gambia and Cote d'Ivoire compare with each other. So there are data tools that exist now from UIS that would allow every country in sub-Saharan Africa to have a country-specific data solution that allow both the country dialogue as well as the international dialogue, the regional dialogue that matters most. So number three is to think about what's the solution for my country that would allow me to do both. Talk internally about what to improve, and secondly, talk externally so we have some idea of where we stand in comparison.
Please clap for the notional Minister of Education of 54 countries. The reason that I asked him that question and I said to him that perhaps that number two recommendation sounded too simple for very distinguished academics in this room is because I know him to frame this as structured pedagogy. So for some of you that are really wanting something that would impress the president, when as a minister, you're saying to them, there are just certain things we have to do differently in order to increase the learning outcomes. I wanted him to use his famous language so that you as a professor presenting to people in cabinet what has to change. You know, our continent loves to hear big grammar. Huh? So you can, you don't, if you say to them now that, oh, you know, we just have to get the teachers to teach in a different kind of way based on the science of teaching to enable the children learn, they would say that is so simple. So why haven't you been doing it? And yet you know that there are many reasons why that has not been being done. And so when I turn to you, Margarita, what are the reasons that you have seen around the continent? You've been at GPE and things around education for so long. Why is it in 2022 in Mauritius that we're learning that one of the simplest ways to actually begin to fundamentally improve learning outcomes is the way we teach? The teaching effect on outcomes is so deep. But we build fancy classrooms. We even want to condition some of the classrooms. We think that, you know, more money is what we really need for education. Once we have more money, we'll have solved the problem in education. Why is it taking us this long to get to where Ben just pointed out?
That's a very good question.
You have the answer.
It's a very good question, and listening to there, a lot of really good things have already been said. I think, you know, we've been too focused on doing everything at once, and we have developed very fancy, expansive education sector plans that develop every single aspect of that needs to be covered in an education system, and we've sort of thought that we were going to implement all those things and somehow achieve the change. I think that what we really need to do is prioritize, and in a way that's very context focused.
Can you hold on for a minute? Audience, can you speak after me? All we need to do is to prioritize. Guys, you have to repeat this because that's part of what we're going home with. All we need to do is to prioritize.
All right, well, it's maybe a little bit more than that.
Go ahead.
We need to really focus in each context, and contexts matter. In each and every context, diagnose and assess what are the bottlenecks, what are the critical points that are blocking that the fact that all children are learning, and what's behind those points, and what is it in each context that has the most potential to start delivering change.
Excellent.
And that needs to be context based. If you set yourself in a country a goal to, for example, if you identify that pressure point is early grade reading and math, for example, then if you start focusing on that objective and saying what we're going to achieve now is to step ahead in early grade reading and numeracy, then you can work from that and really taking a system approach and saying, what are the things that have to work seamlessly together in order to achieve that outcome. So instead
I hear you, Margarita. Assuming a minister is sitting here and thinking, there was a time when they told us that we just needed comprehensive education plans. And now they are telling us we should just take one thing and do. Would they be right to think that the confusion in what comes out for recommendations in education is also part of the problem?
Absolutely. And I think that's why this has to really be a dialogue at country level. And if you ask what it's going to take to make that kind of a step forward, you have to look at the interactions between, for example, teacher training and teacher remuneration and teachers' working conditions and curriculum, and not just the curriculum, but what it seeks to deliver and what the goals are through the curriculum. And you need to look at everything, even how the distribution chain of materials to school level, and all of those things are interlinked. And that's what the shift is. I think looking at it as this is our plan and these are all the things we're going to do is not the same as looking at this is the goal we want to achieve.
Mhm.
And for that to happen, all of these elements and all these stakeholders have to work seamlessly together. And we're
Mhm.
not sort of subdividing into,
Mm.
but can I say something about the importance also, I'm just for us as international partners to align and coordinate behind the priorities that these wonderful ministers are setting. Our job is not to come with new priorities for you and tell you what you need to do. Our job is to support you in your priorities. And I think that there's a little bit of why things haven't worked is also about what we're delivering and how we're working. So
Thank you.
I think we share very much in the responsibility.
Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to applaud the words of Margarita. You know, she said something very important, that partners should line up behind the priorities of the countries on our continent, that you as leaders are the main burden bearers. There's an African proverb that says, a person who is standing by the roadside and there's a heavy load next to them, and they're just standing and just watching the heavy load, people will pass by and pass on. But when the person behaves as though they want to lift the load, those who are passing by will join them to come lift the load. That is to say that if any minister of education on our continent looks at all the data we have been seeing since we started this conference, and it did not in any way make them feel uncomfortable, it would be unfair for any other person to be feeling uncomfortable on your behalf. I mean, why should they feel uncomfortable on our behalf? This is our business. This is what should keep us awake. Madam Minister of Education of Gambia, when you listened to Ben and you listened to Margarita, tell me, what is running on your mind? As you get ready to get back to Gambia, you're saying to yourself, foundational literacy and numeracy, we have to crack this thing. We can make some quantum leaps in our learning outcomes with these children. What can I just see your schedule for the next 1 week? Share with us. What's your schedule looking like?
Thank you very much, Dr. Obi. Quite honestly, when you presented data yesterday on foundational learning, and it showed that, it showed that in my country, the Gambia, about 95% of the children were not learning.
Yeah.
I can't describe how I felt. In fact, it's like at one point, I did not understand what percentages were.
Oh.
I was thinking it was too much for all that we think we have been doing. And we have not moved, it seemed. And today, the other data that was presented about the whole world and where sub-Saharan Africa is, I honestly felt, look, can I go home quickly and start fixing my house?
Yeah, clap if you want to, because that's the fierce sense of urgency that is necessary. But the second thing would be, I urgently want to go home.
Oh, yes.
But the things I choose to do
Mhm.
when I get home can determine whether those outcomes improve or not. So the Ben gave us some ideas. Margarita gave us some ideas.
Absolutely.
So your schedule looks like what?
They're very good ideas. And you said something about African proverbs. And we also have a proverb that we also use in the Gambia, that if you want to have a clean bath and you want somebody to help scrub your back for you, because your hand definitely cannot reach that far, you must be scrubbing your own stomach. And then somebody will come and help and do your back. Yeah, that is like that's what Margarita has just said, that we must lead the way. We must take the first step. We must let them know what we want them to help us with. And coming back to Ben, he talked about making sure that the teachers, or we put in place the right methodologies and practices. And for a long time, somebody talked about teaching all the children at the same time. We cannot teach the whole class at the same time and we expect results, learning outcomes from all of them. They are different individually. So they all have different learning paces. So we must take note of that. I have said to teachers, yes, we teach the whole class and then chalk and talk. That's the old method. We must be ready to adapt new methods of teaching, new methodologies, new practices. And here we are talking now about child-centered methodologies are what we must use. Teachers have been using talk and talk, the whole method. They start the old method. They stand in front of the board, they teach the class, and they ask the children, do you understand? And all of them would say, yes, when more than half of them do not understand. And we think we have taught. We have not really helped the children to learn. We must be able to look at their individual needs. As a teacher, we should be able to assess the individual needs. And when we do that, then we are able to have the right methods. We may be able to think of the right methods to help every child in our classes to learn. Okay. It is important to get every child to learn. Excellent. Rather than asking, do you understand? And they all say, yes, when that's not true.
Excellent. Listen, I have somebody in this audience who has experience of going into the classroom, changing an approach to teaching, and suddenly children are actually making progress. ASEA, I want you to spend 2 minutes to share and expand on what Ben said about the teaching. The teaching. We have to improve. Yes, I need a microphone to her. Because she walked into a Malawi classroom and experimented on this. Let's hear from you.
Okay, off the top of my head, I'm ASEA Casby. I'm with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, but I'm a teacher of mathematics. And the things that we have to think about, and it's building on the point the minister just made, is where are our children now? Assess them. Where do they need to be? That's your curriculum goals. And how are we going to get them there? And we need to support teachers in a way that makes their lives easier, in a way that it makes them take up these new practices. We can't just demand, like we don't expect them to demand of children. We can't demand of teachers just taking up these practices without providing them support, practical support, demoing and working with them and planning with them in their classrooms. Things that they can use tomorrow in their classroom, coaching them and supporting them. Teaching should not be a unique sport. It should be a contact sport that they were learning with other teachers. But I think going back to very simply asking that question across all levels of the system, from the classroom up to international, but very importantly at the district level, at the national level, that question is, are our children learning what they were supposed to learn this week? And if they're not, what do we do about it? And remediating constantly. And this could be very simple. See me after classroom, have an extra lesson, but not leaving millions and millions of our children not learning by the end of primary school.
Thank you very much. Please acknowledge ASEA's contribution. You know, it's very easy. Yes, I know we are up for time, but I'm going to take them as the concluding thoughts. It's very easy for us to sit here and there could be people who are saying, but this is too simple. Why are we reducing a complex problem to improving the quality of teaching? And that once we improved the quality of teaching, that children would have higher learning outcomes. Is there anybody who is struggling with that? Is anyone in this hall struggling with the idea that if we improve the quality of teaching, children's learning outcomes would dramatically begin to improve? Anyone? Nobody wants to struggle with it. You're very smart. I tell you why you're very smart. Because some other people would say, how can you say it's only about improving the quality of teaching? We need this and we need that. You haven't touched on this. You haven't talked about the road that leads to the school. You haven't talked about, and they would build so many castles. We are in a restrained, constrained environment. And we're simply saying to achieve scale and to get the degree of leap in learning outcomes, we just have to be scientifically inclined to put in our weight behind the most important set of things that need to happen. Madam Minister of Education of Malawi, you now have a sense where you're saying there is a scorecard that gives me a sense of direction on how to improve these learning outcomes. Can you focus on this specific issue of the learning outcomes?
Thank you so much. For Malawi, with the background that I gave, we need to be improving from, we happen to be, I think, the first country that's adopted a scorecard that Human Capital Africa, my sister Obi here, has developed. It's a scorecard that enables the monitoring and evaluation of whatever programs you put in place. But most of all, it's a scorecard that gives you a baseline. Where are you starting from? So I know we have low enrollments, especially in secondary, for example, and we have not achieved 100% enrollment in primary. But what actually happens in the classroom when the kids are in class? The scorecard gave us, we put us at, I think it's 53%. So some things are happening, obviously, but we have a long way to go to get to 100%. And for Malawi, what we've decided is we've articulated a vision that says, yes, what happens when teacher meets learner is the most important thing. But that covers a lot of things, because what does it mean when we say enable the teacher to improve the teaching practice, especially in the rural areas? Well, it means, for example, having effective teacher deployment policies. So in Malawi, we've decided that for our foundational skills to happen in real, we need to put our best teachers in the first 4 grades of primary school.
Clap now. You're just listening to a minister who is already gone beyond worrying about the problem to doing some specific things. Clap.
So to underscore the importance of that for us is that we do not have phase training for our teachers. So we do not have specialist teachers for early grades. What it then means is that we have to look at their training and particularly prioritize that group of teachers and support them in a particular way, because they'll now carry the job of building Malawi's education. The whole of it will be on their shoulders. Next, we're saying, what will our teachers be teaching? We need to revisit the curriculum and see that the curriculum both responds to the fact that so far our children have not been learning, and also the fact that we adopted that long-term development plan that I said at the beginning that we want to be inclusively with. So then we also want to say overall teaching of, producing of our teachers, pre-service and in-service teaching. How are we going to do it to respond to what we now know, the kind of teacher that we need, the quality of teacher we need? Then we're also saying, hang on, yes, the teacher is very important. What the teacher does is very important. But what about the state of health of our children? When our children, and thank you for saying context specific, a lot of our children are malnourished. we also have high levels of hearing impairment, visual impairments. How are we going to make sure that every child sits in front of that teacher who has been enabled and supported, and they are actually capturing what the teacher is saying?
Thank
So
you.
from there, we're going to say, how are we going to do it? Since we don't have enough teaching learning materials.
She really is the one that should be the Minister of Education for all the countries.
So the story continues, and we'll share more in the next iteration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam Minister, I want you to just 1 minute, because we need to be living. So 1 minute to sort of say, I have heard a lot of things from my colleagues. There are lessons that I'm taking away. And when I get home, I'm just going to do it.
Ben, je vous remercie. Je crois qu'en plus des leçons qui ont été apprises ici, pour ce qui est de la Côte d'Ivoire, nous avons 4 priorités. La première priorité, c'est d'améliorer l'apprentissage fondamental, la pertinence des programmes et la qualité de l'enseignement. Ça reprend un peu ce que disait ma collègue.
Excellent.
La deuxième des priorités, c'est de réformer la profession enseignante avec tout un paquet également d'activités à mener. La troisième priorité, c'est d'élargir et d'encadrer l'offre d'éducation non formelle. Et puis la quatrième et dernière priorité, c'est de développer le numérique pour améliorer la gouvernance, la résilience, pour une offre équitable et inclusive. Vous aurez compris que tout cela nécessite bien sûr une démarche qui intègre l'individu, l'élève, l'enseignant, les lieux d'apprentissage, l'environnement socio-culturel immédiat. Et bon, c'est une approche de co-construction qui intègre le suivi, l'évaluation, la mesure, la redevabilité, la reddition, le financement.
Okay. Madam Minister.
Et je voudrais m'arrêter là pour dire que toutes ces stratégies dont on a parlé ici ne sauraient être mises en œuvre sans l'apport, l'accompagnement des partenaires. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. You know, what I would really want to do is that great program in Senegal, your neighbor, I'd like where is the minister is available. She's going to take some ideas, because that peer learning country to country is so important. There's so much that Côte d'Ivoire can teach the sub-region. We look to you. I'm Nigerian. We look to you for a number of things. You look to us for some of the things. You can look to Senegal. Senegal can look to you. So I do believe that some of these scaled programs that we have identified, that as you're going home, is going to arrive in Abidjan, and see how we can share some of these ideas so that we are really solving things. Madam Minister, you have the word to say, I am going home to implement. That's what we want to hear.
Yes, Doctor. I am going home to implement.
Good, sister. Ben.
I've got my notes. I've learned lessons from my colleagues.
Yes.
And there are things others are doing that we are not doing in the Gambia. And of course, obviously, if I had the opportunity to share my Gambia experience, I'm sure some of my colleagues would learn some new things.
Excellent.
We've all learned something, and it's good that we all go back home and try to see how we fill in the gaps. Thank you.
Excellent. Margarita, GPE, you said to them, we're very good friends. We will support you as you carry the load.
We are going to continue to put GPE's funding behind evidence-based priorities that
Excellent.
will deliver learning outcomes.
Thank you so much. Ben, those are your 3 points again for the road. Quickly.
I won't say the 3 points, but I will say that I look forward to being able to amplify and connect other countries that are doing great work to improve foundational learning. The solutions are in this room. It's whether or not we can implement them at scale inside of government systems and then learn from each other using these peer mechanisms. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my wonderful panelists, applaud for all that we have learned in the course of this conversation. I think if there's anything that Albert can take joy from, it is that we have leaders of education on our continent that are not being defensive about the problems. They are essentially taking ownership of the state of affairs. And these leaders are saying, show me the evidence of what works most, and we will implement. There's no better place to end this session than where we are right now. Thank you very much, everyone. God bless you. Pardon?
Merci, Dr. Obi, et aux panélistes pour cette discussion très intéressante. Mesdames et messieurs, c'est maintenant l'heure de la deuxième table ronde des ministres et des PDG sur les thèmes combinés du développement des compétences techniques et professionnelles et de l'enseignement supérieur et de la recherche scientifique. Nous voulons inviter et accueillir sur scène Dr. Lucy Hedy, directrice générale de l'ESA, l'Organisation pour l'éducation en Afrique subsaharienne, qui animera cette deuxième panel, et aussi inviter les panélistes. Donc, Excellence Dr. Valentine de Rwanda, Excellence Dr. Monica, Mutonji Mayanda de Festo, Excellence Madame Lila Devi Duncan de Chumon, et Madame Titia Brede de NUFIC. Merci.
Hello, is this working? Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Please, may I beg just 45 more minutes of your time? I am sure I can hear stomachs rumbling throughout the room, but I promise if you stay for this session, you'll find it very worthwhile. We're going to be talking for the next 45 minutes about an issue that is extremely important for the flourishing of young people in Africa. We are going to be talking about technical vocational skills development and higher education and scientific research. Holistic industry relevant skills will be critical for resilience against future emergencies. Also for the employability of the world's fastest growing youth population. Higher education, critical for sustainable development. We all know that knowledge is power. If we want to raise the power of Africa, we must invest in knowledge creation, and universities are a critical component of that. I am honored today to be joined by our panelists. First of all, can I welcome the Right Honourable Vice Prime Minister of Mauritius, Mrs. Lila Devi Dukam. Please, a round of applause. I think we're going to have a panel conversation. Okay. And then I'll bring my next, I would like to welcome the Honourable Minister of Education for Rwanda, Dr. Valentine Uwamaria. Welcome. Thank you for joining us here today. Then Dr. Titia Brede, CEO of NUFIC. Okay. For today, honorary doctorate. And lastly, I think we have joining us virtually, Mr. Mutenji Mayundu. Is he on the screen? I'm not sure. Hopefully he will come up soon. He of Festo Didactic in the Eastern Southern African region will be talking to us from an industry perspective. So Honourable Minister of Mauritius, I'd like to start with you, us on this critical issue of the link between industry and vocational and skills development institutions, so universities and colleges. How in your country are you linking with industry?
Thank you, Chair. What I wanted to say is that in any country, if you want to see progress, you need to prepare your human capital. And to prepare the human capital, you need to ensure that whatever skills they develop within the system, when they move out of the system, they can be productive and they can contribute to the growth of the economy. So what we have been doing in Mauritius, we have been trying to link up our institutions, training institutions, with industry. And we have managed to create a nexus, ensuring that they are very much involved with the institutions, not only to receive students for immersion in industry, but also in the design and preparation of the curriculum. And not only that, we have also tried to get the people from industry to be within the system and to come to our institutions to obviously then share their experience and help to prepare students within the institutions. So the linkage is extremely important, and all the institutions which deal with technical education and training have on the board of governors people from industry, people from the private sector, whether it is Institute of Technical Education and Technology or whether it is the polytechnics in Mauritius, Polytechnics Mauritius in here. So we have ensured that they are fully involved within the system and ensuring that whatever they require is taken on board in the preparation and design of courses. But not only that, we also have noted that bright students, that people and even parents very often feel very reluctant to allow their children to join the technical education side, in spite of the fact that the progress and growth of the economy will depend on its capacity to have high-end technicians. So we've had a big struggle trying to change mindsets of parents, making them realize that technical education is not a dead end, that technical education can allow your children to grow. So what did we do here in Mauritius? We tried to create new pathways. We made parents realize that you can go for technical education and this can bring you advantages. Firstly, if you go for technical education, you can immediately get a job. You can immediately get the experience in industry, but at the same time, we have created pathways for them to move from technical education institutions to move to university. Because, you know, parents always feel that the children should go for higher education, but we had to create this link. We had to create this pathway from technical education and training institutions to higher education, to the universities. So it's a very intricate sort of network that we have created: industry, institutions, and pathways. But to be able to attract people, we had to do three things. First, we had to change the ecosystem. We had to change the paysage, the landscape. We invested massively in infrastructure for polytechnics. Polytechnics Mauritius has 4 brand new campuses in the mainland, 1 in the Rodrigues Island. So we have tried to ensure that people do feel attracted to these institutions. And then we have ensured that there are new lines, new niche areas to attract young people with things that attract the younger generation: cyber security, media development, interesting areas like robotics, big data, and all these areas to get young people to feel like joining and then create paths for them to progress.
Yes, I think a round of applause. Incredibly impressive transformation. I'd like to dig deeper just into one element of what you were saying. You talked about bringing together industry and education institutions in a way that made it sound so simple. In our experience, it has been very difficult to get the worlds of education and the world of industry to come together. Sometimes they seem like oil and water. I'd love to hear more about the Mauritius experience here and how you overcame some of those cultural barriers.
I think the first thing that we have to bear in mind is that young people that we produce will eventually end up working in industry or in the private sector.
Mm-hmm.
So it becomes imperative for them to join in and help in order to get the type of persons they require. So there has been a sort of a dialogue that has been set up between the industry people and our institutions, because they wanted to get rid of the mismatch we all talk about. People, always come and state that, what the students who are coming out of the institutions are not ready for the world of work. They don't have the skills required for the world of work. So we challenged them and we said that if you want to get people that you require, you need to help in the design of the curriculum. You need to come and let the institutions know, what do you require? Because you will never be able to come up with people that are fit for a single job, especially in the world that we are living in, an era where technology is evolving that fast and changing the whole setup. You will always need to be, we keep on saying, lifelong learners. You will always need to adapt. So we can prepare young people with soft skills, allowing them to be versatile, allowing them to be adaptable, but you need to say, what are your requirements for us to prepare them and give them the soft skills, allow them to, I should say, develop the soft skills, but it is important for the industry people to be part of the system. And this is why in Mauritius, the Human Resource Development Council and the institutions work together. We do have, for example, I know that the CEO of Polytechnics Mauritius will be talking in some of the panels here, but they created this nexus, this link with the industry people. They are on all the councils and they have to contribute. They have to bring in their views so that this is made possible. It has to be a win-win situation. We cannot keep on saying that there is a mismatch if industry people don't come forward and say, this is what we require. And this has started a long time back. We started in Mauritius in the 90s with the IVTB, Vocational Training Board. And then we came up with the MITD, which is a slightly different training institution, after which we now decided to come up with the Institute of Technical Education and Technology that is going to prepare our young people to move on to the polytechnics and eventually to the universities. But we haven't stopped there. We have asked industry people and other partners to work together with us. We are planning in the future to come up within our secondary schools with a new stream, which will be technology stream, preparing students within the school setup, within our secondary school, for them to later opt to go for training, for technical training. And this nexus, this link that you are talking about between industry and TVET institutions is also important between the industry and higher education. Because it's, when we talk about education, it has to be a seamless sector. Whichever area you're talking, whether it is secondary school, or whether you're talking about vocational institutions or polytechnics, there should be a close link with industry, because the young people we train will eventually end up there. But over and above all that, if we want our young people to show entrepreneurial skills, it is important for them to get immersed in industry, learn from what they have there, and develop these skills. So when we have the responsibility of education, whether it is primary, pre-primary, primary, secondary, technical or higher education, we have this responsibility to ensure that the children coming out of the system, the people, become responsible citizens who will be able to contribute to society and to the country's growth.
Fantastic. Thank you, Minister. Really inspiring and wonderful to see the much talked about nexus really coming to life here and making a difference for young people. I'd like to turn now to the Honourable Minister for Education in Rwanda and to hear from a different perspective. What are you doing in Rwanda to create an enabling environment for technical vocational skills development and that link between education and industry?
Thank you very much. In Rwanda, it is started at policy level, where technical education was given emphasis in different policy documents. I can mention one, which is the National Strategy for Transformation that was adopted in 2017 up to 2024, where the target is to have 60% of O-level living students joining TVET education. And for that, we put in place other strategies like the funding of TVET, because we all know that technical education is expensive. That funding is done through partnership with different partners. We have a subsector TVET subsector working group where we meet as government institutions, different partners, including international organizations, but also local NGOs, where we meet regularly and discuss on the priorities. And for the other aspect that was given weight is the infrastructure, because when you talk about technical education, we talk about well-equipped workshops. So the government, together with partners, always invested into the construction. The construction we mentioned here of schools, they were also part of the technical education schools. So, and that goes hand in hand with the equipment of the workshops with good equipments, and that costs a lot of money, as I said. So the other thing is to change the model of teaching, because we used to teach to use the knowledge-based curriculum. So from 2017, we moved to competence-based curriculum, where we have to work. You mentioned about how do we work with industry. So industry comes in starting from the design of the curriculum. So they also participate in teaching, because the way the curriculum is designed, most of the time students have to be to do hands-on exercises. So some work is done at school, but they have also to attend industrial attachments in different industries across the country. But also because our industry in Rwanda is still young in comparison to the number of students that have to join the attachment. We also allow the schools to have the production units within the school, so that part of the time, instead of staying in a class with the teacher, they go into the production units. One, they learn by doing, but second, they generate income to again buy some consumables for the workshops. So, but we also created, because we realized that there was kind of resistance or misconception about technical education, and students, even parents, were not eager to join those schools. So we, on top of mobilization, we also defined the codification of framework that allows them, for those who go through technical education, they can also move horizontally or vertically if they want to do so. Also, at polytechnic level, where in the past we used to have up to diploma, those are 3 years post-secondary. But today we adopted the Bachelor of Technology and Masters of Technology, but not in all programs. We want to start small, but they will first have to do the diploma before they get admitted to the bachelor and master's level, Masters of Technology and Bachelor of Technology. And in order to access those programs at that levels, you must have innovative ideas. So it's not that everyone will be allowed to join the BTech and MTech, but also having allowed them and showed them that they can also go through technical education and reach that level. They are now coming to get interested. So those are the few things I can talk about technical education in Rwanda. But also we have a fund that is managed by the National Council for Science and Technology that was established in 2017. The fund is there to support innovation, but also research. Recently, we've launched the Industry Academia Challenge, where we call for applications of projects that are designed by academia and industry at the same time, and they get supported to do that research. And that, because part of the research work has to be done at the industry. So that is the way we see that we can link up with industry, because in the past, we used to see industries complaining that the graduates are not that good to work for them. But at the same time, schools were complaining that industries are not receiving the students for the industry attachment. So we are establishing measures to impose them to work together. So that in the future, the industry will see that it will gain the first work that is well trained and well skilled, but at the same time, the quality of research and innovation will be improved at school level, at university level. So that is what we are doing in a few, but also there was creation of institutions that will facilitate under the Ministry of Education. Actually, I am the minister, but I used to say that we are 3 in 1. Because we have also the Minister of State in charge of primary and the secondary, but there's another Minister of State in charge of ICT and TVET. And under the ministry, we have 2 institutions, the Rwanda TVET Board that implement all the programs that are designed for technical education at lower levels, like secondary and short-term training. But at polytechnic level, we have Rwanda Polytechnic, that is a higher learning institutions that has 8 colleges across the country. So we have, as I started saying, we started at policy level. There are institutions in charge of implementing different activities that the government is planning, but also there are those targets that are set in the national strategies. But at the same time, we designed kind of funding model for TVET and technical education in order to promote, but also to link up with industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think that level of investment in such an important area certainly deserves a round of applause. And just to say, I particularly enjoy how you've set up this dynamic where there's no excuses. So schools can't complain, industry can't complain. They have to work together to share those ideas. Just one follow-up question to that. You've invested so much in this area. How do you track and understand the results coming from that investment?
I talked about the institutions in charge of implementing the programs, but we have another agency in charge of inspection and examination. So that is in charge of assessment. That is at lower levels. So they do inspection, but for higher education, like the Polytechnic, we have the Higher Education Council. Those two institutions do assessment every year to assess how the programs, even the budget I talked about, how is it used? How are the programs implemented? And they can even take some measures. If a given school is not performing as it should, they are allowed to request the program to be closed. Even we can go at that level, but also they have that mandate of advising them how to do better. So we have a system of tracking how the program is implemented, how are the inputs are being used, but also what are the outcomes from the training. So those two institutions, the Rwanda Examination and Inspection Authority, that is NESA, and the Higher Education Council are the two institutions that are in charge of monitoring on how everything is being done on the ground.
And I just ask you one follow-up question to that, if I may, because I think this issue of outcomes is so important. And we've heard today how level there's been so much progress in terms of clarity of metrics and targets. Do you see that kind of clarity in the TVSD sector in terms of understanding the results of all of this investment and quality of education?
I think there is, because I've talked about the two institutions, but also we have a monitoring system, the school data management system, that it looks up the data in the whole sector, but we have a specific system in charge of monitoring all that, even including the recruitment of teachers or trainers, their progress in terms of ranking, but also when it comes to the assessment, we have standards.
Yeah.
So that you can assess the student is at that level. And as I said, we moved from knowledge-based to competence-based. That is easy to assess because at the end of each module, the student is assessed. There is what we call comprehensive assessment, continuous assessment, comprehensive assessment, and the final exams. So all those have standards that are followed, but also the fact that they are digitalized, anyone else can assess the progress from the registration up to the publication of the results. We have guidelines, we have standards, and we have the systems in place that allow us to monitor how things are done.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much.
I think I've asked you enough difficult questions for the moment, so I'm going to move on to Day. And we've heard a couple of great case studies from two countries that are making really significant investment in technical vocational skills development. NUFIC has a broad portfolio, is investing across a lot of countries. Love to hear from your perspective, what are you seeing as the best practices emerging, and what does the evidence say is the most effective way of investing in TVSD?
Thank you so much. Well, actually, the honourable ministers have already told the magic. It's about a system. It's about setting up a system and also aligning it from policy to make it possible. What we see at NUFIC is actually from all the countries we work in, that if it's a triangular effort from policy, industry, and knowledge institutions, then it starts to work, and it even starts to work better if there are, we've already discussed this morning, if there are tables, round tables like these, where you can meet each other. Because what we see is, for example, for industry, it has to be interesting to invest in knowledge institutions. And they do want to invest in knowledge institutions if they see that the students coming from the educational institutions are up to standard when they arrive in the labor market. So, for example, both your countries are doing, I think, the utmost to do this and to adapt to the labor market. What we also see, we have different countries and different perspectives, is that it's very interesting for the labor market to enter into the curricula. And what we see is helping is, for example, to do a mentorship, because it's the guidance from an older person who is already in the labor market can be a key figure to the students, whether it's a he or a she, both matter, is very important. But also to assess the diploma sessions, for example, to come in and ask questions from the labor market. And that's only working if there is an internship beforehand, so that the student is up to what is it for. So roundtables on a strategy level to set up a system like this are important. And then when we go a bit deeper, it's also very important for knowledge institutions to see each other and to learn from each other. So we at NAFEC are, I always say, a fund manager on a strategic level. So what we try to do is to answer the questions of the countries here at the table with knowledge we have in the Netherlands, and to combine it, because to combine you can make new knowledge. And I have, for example, we have a very large TVET project in South Africa on agriculture and water management. And there are several institutions in South Africa from the water department. They are combining their knowledge with the TVET institutions, and also the same counts for the ones in the Netherlands. So, and together with policymakers. So you have this triangular table doing the best, and the students are really thrilled. They really want to go into agriculture and water. And that's also important because for some, going into agriculture and going into the water management is not the future they want to have. They want to be famous and have cars and etc. But this is actually a very innovative and very industrial sector. And once they know this, then they want to be in the future of their country in agriculture and water. And we have several examples also from Ethiopia and Uganda, but also outside of Africa, from Indonesia and Iraq, that show us the same thing.
Oh, okay. They want to be contributing to their country's development, and you give them that opportunity, and you can harness that enthusiasm, and that's where the change comes from. Thank you so much. I see we have Mr. Mayunda on the line now. Can you hear me, Mr. Mayunda?
Yes, perfectly. I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us here today. I'd love to bring you in now to give us the industry perspective. We've heard from ministers, we've heard from a donor about building up from the education side, investing in institutions, bringing them closer to industry. Can we hear from you? How are you connecting with universities, colleges, vocational schools for the benefit of your organization?
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and my greetings to all the guests at the panel and all the guests to this webinar. It has been maybe long coming for us to see business and education meeting together in order to respond to the need and answer to the need of the society. Festo is a company, you can recall, it's a private company. We started as an industrial company whereby we can produce and manufacture industrial equipment, which we supply to all your big companies around the world. So it came about a time when we started doing some research and found out that supplying equipment only without knowledge on how to use those equipment was a challenge. And how can we bridge that? How can we do so that whatever equipment we supply, we can have the people to use them? Then we start creating another section of the FESTO, which was purely a didactic division. Didactic division, which we manufacture actually equipment that are suitable for schools, TVET colleges in different levels. We started by trying to say, okay, for you to go and be in the company, to go and work, what do you need? So you need to do some experiments. And those experiments, there's no company that will allow you to go and do experiment on a big machine, which need to produce, and you can make mistakes on that one, and you know how you're gonna lose your production per day. So we start giving similar type of equipment that we use in industry, but in the smaller version, so that a student can be able to make mistakes in classrooms and correct it, do troubleshooting, and move forward. So we are creating students that are ready for employability. A couple of years ago, where we as FESTO already foresee what industry is needed, now we start engaging together with industries. What type of skills do you require for you to up your production? Then we went back and said, no, we need to produce this type of students. We categorize them in saying, okay, we've got technical students and we've got researchers. Therefore, equipment that are going to assist university students, those that are going for degrees, because they can be able to do research, they can be able to do all sort of studies on them. But let not forget those that are the youth that is coming up. We need those professional education. We need people to do plumbing. We need people to do welding. We need electricians, people that are able, hands-on, and make things work. That's how FESTO came about. Start now engaging with all stakeholders. As I'm speaking now, based in South Africa, but I'm responsible of different countries in the French region, like your Congo, DRC, your Congo, Brazzaville, Gabon, Madagascar, and the Mauritius, where you are sitting. We do work together with the private and public sector. We come in not only to sell you equipment, we are coming to assist you so that together we can draft a curriculum that will respond to the needs of the company and what society needed. So we come up with different engagement first. We come and develop the curriculum together with you guys, with the institutions. We bring in private sectors to know where they can source students. These TVET colleges that are here, this is what they are studying. This is what we are capable of offering them. Please don't go far. There they are. You can outsource them. You can bring them in your company because they've got enough skills that you are needed. Now we are seeing as time goes by, we say no, science must be loved by kids. What do? We had to go from source, from primary school up to secondary school, to make them fall in love with science. And what do? We develop some few of STEM equipment, your robotics, for instance, your bionic fish. So we are trying to make sure kids are in love with science. When you love science, you will love mathematics. When you love mathematics, you're going to be able to develop your thinking capacity, and which will allow you to go and do technical education. We do encourage women. We do encourage young girls. If you see what's happening in South Africa, that FESTO has taken as initiative is to promote these girls. There's no discrimination of you are a boy, you can't go and do mechanics. We've got many young girls that are doing electrical engineering. We've got many young boys as trainees who are doing wonders. So as FESTO, we are participating in different types of commissions around the world as well. We are also just recently, we've just assisted to a world skills development. For us, first of all, we call it as the Olympics of technicians. So whereby students are going to compete with others. The main aim is not for them to go and say, I was the winner, I got a gold medal. It's to expose them to technology so that they can also meet other counterparts from different countries, all developed countries, so that they can have together knowledge on how to move forward. So we are encouraging many young and encouraging industries to be parts of this journey that we're engaging on now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayanda. And yes, a round of applause, I think, for hearing that inspiring case study. And I hope that serves as inspiration for other industry leaders to see how investment in relationships with technical colleges and schools can be a win-win and a benefit for your company as well as for the young people in the countries that you work in. Now, unfortunately, we're pressed for time, and I'm conscious we haven't really touched on higher education at all. So this will be, we'll talk about higher education, but this will be the last question to each of the panelists. So I want to go back to the Honourable Minister for Mauritius. We've talked a lot today about technical, vocational skills, how, you know, practically doing something, becoming the plumber, becoming the welder, that's so important. How important do you think it is for the cutting edge research, the leading ideas to be African-led and generated within Africa? And how can we support that to happen more?
I would like to go back on what you said at the beginning. Sorry. I'll just go back to what you said just now. You stated that there should be something, technical education is fine. How do we move on? We need to get good welders. We need to get good plumbers. But at the same time, we need to consider technical education to be also at the higher end technical education. Because when we talk about technical education, when we talk about technical skills, obviously we do need those going for the vocational side, the plumbers and the welders and all. But we also need technicians at the higher end. So it is important that we change this outlook of technical education as being solely at one level, at the vocational level. Now, taking this in mind, we have to see what has been done here in Polytechnics Mauritius. We have tried to look for niche areas that would interest the students, not only for technical, and the same thing applies even for university. We need to link up whatever training we are offering to the requirements of the country. We've been talking about areas for research. Mauritius is a small island surrounded by the ocean. It has more oceanic area, economic zone, than its territory itself. So we need to start thinking about research. We need to start thinking about the exploitation of the resources in our seas. So how do we go about it? We need to start thinking about research that would have, let's say, outcomes that will impact on our growth. So it becomes very important then for us to tap from what is being done at the level of the continent. Because if Mauritius is here, we also have our friends, our countries of the continent who may be leading or having the same, let's say, requirements as we do. We are thinking that it's important at the level of higher education to lay emphasis on research, but not only research just for research's sake, but research with an implication with outcomes that would help society, that would help the economy. So we are thinking that it's important for us to come up with collaborative research, taking into consideration that the countries on the continent can also do things. So Africa together, countries together, finding out what are the requirements, what are the pillars of the economy that we want to develop, and what are the research projects we need to carry out, and how do we do it together? Because if we look at South Africa, if we look at Mozambique, there's so much that we have in common, and we need to put our heads together and ensure that the research work carried out at higher education level helps us. But having said that, I stated earlier today that we are developing our qualifications framework for the continent. And this will not only allow mobility of students, but will also allow mobility of our faculties, capacity to build research, to come up with research together. Our Higher Education Commission here has got a series of research schemes, but we do promote and lay a lot of emphasis on collaborative research. So I think that it is extremely important for us. If we want to advance, we have to ensure that we have the knowledge that would inform us and allow us to move in the right direction. And this can only be achieved by doing the right research and by having the right collaborations established. And if we want the renaissance of our continent of Africa, we'll need to lay emphasis on research, collaborative research, and our ability to share our best practices. I think for higher education, we still have a lot to do, but we need to enhance mobility of faculties, mobility of students, and we need to start thinking as people of the continent, and we have to start thinking about goals and targets that we set for the continent. And this has to be made possible through collaboration.
Thank you so much. That's really, I love that combination of the passion with the clear goals and strategy and that commitment to partnership. I would turn now to the Honourable Minister for Rwanda, and if I could ask the same question of you, how important is it for you to be supporting African-led research, Rwandan-led research within Rwanda, and how are you enabling that?
Thank you very much, Dr. Risi. I think the role of higher learning institutions is to teach, do research, but also have community outreach. So please allow me to talk about the way I see higher learning institutions in Africa. And I think in morning sessions, I don't remember one of the presenter mentioned about that. Doing research is not something that you have to sit and do and publish and get promotion. And that is what we see characterizes our lecturers of university. So today's ambition for Rwanda is to have lecturers who do research to impact the life of the population in Rwanda. And for that, there are some reforms that took place as well. But as the Honorable Vice Prime Minister just mentioned, you cannot get good findings that impact the lives of the population if you work in isolation. One, because you might have skills and expertise in one area, but the research to have an impact, you need probably other expertise that you don't have. So working as a group is one thing, but also having partners that would support in terms of funding, because funding is very key if you want to get research outputs that would really impact and resolve the problems of the country. So what we do is to partner with different institutions, countries. One of the biggest partner in Rwanda with the University of Rwanda is CEDA project. That is the Swedish program that actually this year we are celebrating 20 years of partnership. So you can imagine, you can imagine the impactful the project had, because most of the PhD holders we have in the country have been trained through that partnership. And most of them are contributing in different sectors and areas, because the research is done in different sectors. So they do research,
because one of the criteria is to have a local supervisor together with a Swedish supervisor so that they can work on something that is really implementable in the country. So I cannot pass by without mentioning NOFIC because we've already had a partnership together. And I'm glad to mention that I got my PhD through the support of NOFIC. I'm happy to sit with my sister here. So we've got a good number of graduates also from the Netherlands, but we all worked on projects related to Rwandan issues. So, but there is one component that we are trying to fix in the country, how those findings, how those research outputs indicate what policy have to be in place, because we want to have the research outcomes coming and supporting the policies formulation in the country. So having partnership, and I've already mentioned the fund, the research fund that is managed by the National Science for Technology in the country. So having a good partnership, working on the real problems that the country is facing, and having funds, building the capacity among university lecturers to really do good proposals that can even be competitive and get grants to do research. That is what we are focusing on, but also without forgetting the quality teaching, because those doing research, those going for further studies will be the one coming and teach, but also the teaching shouldn't be the end point of having a university in a place. They have to do research, but also impactful research that really changes the lives of the population. And that is the main focus currently in Rwanda, to have those institutions. But also we've tried to attract best universities in the country. Like now we have Carnegie Mellon University in Rwanda, Africa, which is in Rwanda, but also supporting and receiving students from the region. And what Rwanda did, because we believe we cannot work in isolation, as I said, we support the regional student coming from the region are paying the same school fees as the Rwandan students. So we attract best universities to come in the country. We have Carnegie Mellon University, we have African Leadership University, we have University of Global Health Equity, but also many more are coming to the country to support increasing the level of research, like Coventry University that has a hub in Kigali. And we are open to any other universities, foreigner university that might come in the country and support doing research. And we have also in African countries, where African universities, we have Mount Kenya University that is in Kigali, and soon it will be accredited as a local university. So we are so glad to work with different partners, but with the aim of increasing the research output, that and so that the fundings coming from this research are really handling the real issues the country is facing right now. Thank you so much.
Again, hearing that that theme of partnership research is quintessentially an international exercise, and so wonderful to hear how committed the ministers here today are to that international collaboration. We are out of time, but I do want to give our final two panelists maybe just 30 seconds each. I'm going to give you a quick fire question. So Titia, what one thing would you like to see ministers across Africa do to support higher education? That's your question. And then Mr. Mayanda, your question will be, what one thing would you like to see ministers across Africa do to improve links between industry and higher education?
Well, thank you so much. Well, one thing is, most things are already done. But what I think would be very, very helpful is to have a large African PhD program, because collaborative research is very important, and maybe it could be on the challenges of Africa. So maybe on climate change, on water, on agriculture, on societal on health and reproductive rights, on youth enforcement, on all the challenges Africa has, because I think that would also attract all the other scholars from the rest of the world to combine their knowledge with yours. So if this could be the start of the first African PhD program, my day would be so wonderful. Thank you.
There are already these PhD programs on the continent, but it's an order of magnitude or 2 orders of magnitude too small. We need to see thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of PhDs. Yes. So let me turn to Mr. Mayanda.
Thank you very much. Very interesting topic, but not enough time, but we can manage with what we have. For us as Festo being from the private sector, what we will love to see honorable ministers sitting in the panel and others that are not attending in the continent is to give enough seriousness into education in Africa, provide enough budget to promote education. We will sit and create beautiful slogans, what we need to do, industrialization of Africa. It will only come with the goodwill of political authorities. Let's work together with private sectors, not in isolation, because they know what you need. We know also what we can provide for you. Together in a professional way, we can be able to have an outcome that will improve education in Africa. Industrialization is there. Trying to touch quick one on the research part that my honorable ministers have explained. Research is good, but what do you do research? What is the outcome of the research? The outcome is to respond to the need of society. What is missing in society and what can we do to assist them? So it's up to us to take this seriousness, and together we can say, yes, Africa will move forward. Education at all levels must be attended to, not only at higher level, TVET and universities only. From secondary school and primary, they will have enough time to produce. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful note to end on. And I hope you'll all join me in thanking my fantastic panelists for their inspirational comments. I hope that inspires in you hope and the desire to take action in your own countries. So please join me in saying a big thank you. Round of applause. And thank you so much to all of you here as well for pushing on through the lunch break and listening to the conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lucy Heddy. And thank you to the honorable ministers. And I think they have set the tone to the next rounds of discussion in the post-lunch breakout sessions. If you, ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. If you housekeeping messages before we break for lunch, first, to the attention of the honorable ministers, please note that the hostesses and ADEA colleagues will be escorting you to a dedicated lunch area. Second, to all other delegates, please, a gentle reminder from our colleagues that you have all been invited for dinner tonight, and that the pickup to go to the venue will be from this hotel at 18:45. That is 6:45 from this hotel to the venue. 2. And third announcement from our colleagues at the reception desk is that a few of you have not yet provided your departure dates or departure details. Kindly call at the registration desk, which is right here, so that you give those details. With those three announcements, ladies and gentlemen, we have really, for sure now, reached the end of this morning session, and we will break for... And we started in the morning, and we will break for lunch, and lunch will be in the main restaurant on the left, after the bar. Don't stop at the bar, after the bar. And we come back in about 45 minutes for those very important breakout sessions. So thank you once again. Have a nice lunch and see you back in 45 minutes. Thank you so much.